What does the future hold for humanity? The question weighs heavy on many of our minds. In a moment of political turmoil, cultural nihilism, and increasingly isolating work, many of us are grasping for explanations. Something, anything, to make sense of our world. To convince us that everything is going to be okay. For most of human history, this vacuum has been filled with religious stories. Stories of eternal salvation or damnation. Stories about annihilation of the ego and nirvana in samsara. Stories that taught us what was right, what was wrong. Stories that tapped into the great cosmic mystery of life. But as the Enlightenment era brought a greater understanding of science and a focus on reason and facts, religious stories became harder to justify. This led Nietzsche to famously proclaim, "God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him." Nietzsche was not celebrating our secularization, but rather mourning for the crisis of meaning and purpose that resulted from a declining belief in grand cosmic stories and rituals. Quote, "What festivals of atonement, what sacred games shall we have to invent? Must we ourselves not become gods simply to appear worthy of it?" Digital technology, in a way, has always been a quasi-religious story. Founders like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates were looked upon as messiahs for the information revolution. The internet and smartphones were worshipped as magical inventions that would connect humanity and allow us to communicate across difference. This era of Silicon Valley convinced us that the future was not something to fear, but something wondrous and imaginative. Something the wackiest sci-fi stories of the 20th century never predicted. But the next generation of founders and the technologies they've ushered in have not lived up to the hype. Social media and wearable technology have become new forms of surveillance. The metaverse was a spectacular failure. Artificial intelligence is used to enable genocide and develop autonomous killer robots. Cryptocurrency enables frictionless corruption. LLMs are trained without permission on countless hours of human thought, art, labor, and writing, in the process poisoning the environment and oppressing the disempowered. The cracks in what venture capitalist Mark Andreessen lovingly called the techno-capital machine have widened into chasms, and it's become increasingly clear that there is a limit to growth on our finite planet. The machine cannot, much to the chagrin of Andreessen, spiral continuously upwards. Or can it? There's a new religion forming in Silicon Valley. Some call it the mindset, some call it AGI, some, like computer scientist Timnit Gebru and philosopher Emil P. Torres, call it TESCREAL. The key teaching of this religion is that heaven can be attained here, in this life, through merging with artificial intelligence, and that the ends of this vast and glorious future among the stars is worth sacrificing just about anything to achieve. The backbone of TESCREAL is transhumanism, which is based not in spiritual transcendence, but scientific transcendence. It allows us to become secular gods by becoming superior AI-human hybrids, achieving immortality, conquering the heavens, and, to quote Anthony Lewandowski's real-life AI church, Way of the Future, developing and promoting the realization of a godhead based on artificial intelligence. Now, don't worry too much about each letter of the acronym. We will get to them in due time. But to give you a taste and to let you see how they're all connected, here's a quick, oversimplified definition of each one. Transhumanism, which encompasses the subsequent three letters of the acronym, is about transcending biological limitations and merging with AI to become a superior being. Extropianism saw the first organized group of transhumanists who were super into immortality, among other things. Singularitarianism wants to bring about the technological singularity, where AI begins to recursively self-improve and makes progress unthinkably fast. Cosmism believes humanity's destiny is taking to the stars and radically transforming the universe itself. Rationalism is an internet AI cult that supposedly believes in using reason and logic to come to rational conclusions, but really is more about pseudo-intellectual reductionism and a worship of advanced technologies. Effective altruism is a moral framework based around rationalist thinking and is absolutely obsessed with using math to determine the best way to live. And finally, long-termism is a variety of effective altruism focused on the far future and existential risk. TESCREALism is based on blind faith in technology. And despite being obsessed with the cosmos, it thinks that we can bend it to our will. It's an ideology of complete domination, subjugation, and accumulation, devoid of any deep thought about the less quantifiable aspects of existence. It is an impoverished religion where AI is God, the mythical founder is Christ, those who plow through barriers are the disciples, data is the Holy Spirit, and eternal growth is the gospel. And just as traditional religions have been used to justify atrocities, its logic can be taken to some disturbing extremes. Ben Goetzel makes the religious parallels explicit in his 2010 Cosmist Manifesto. He writes, quote, "Space-time engineering and future magic will permit achieving, by scientific means, most of the promises of religions, and many amazing things no human religion ever dreamed. Eventually, we will be able to resurrect the dead by copying them to the future." In keeping with the religious theme, I've separated this video into 4 books: transhumanism, rationalism, effective altruism, and long-termism. Each of these teachings provides something slightly different, and not everybody who subscribes to one subscribes to them all. But in combining them, true believers have the perfect self-serving ideology of ethics, morality, and spirituality for our increasingly secular and atomized world. We'll be using the TESCREAL bundle as the structure for this discussion. Emil Torres, who co-wrote the paper coining this term, has written prolifically about it, and I had the pleasure of interviewing them for this piece. I live streamed this interview several weeks ago, and a little embarrassing, but since I had not done a live stream interview before, I forgot to hit record on the interview software, so all I have is the recording of the live stream, so apologies in advance for the poor video quality. I have found this framing incredibly helpful in understanding the superficial belief system undergirding the entire AI race, and seeing things through this lens also helps us anticipate what might come next, and how to fight back and build a future based around democratically determined human values, not what some homogenous group of tech billionaires and Oxford philosophers tell us our values are. So without further ado, strap in, grab a beverage. Got my coffee here, which has already gone cold because it's freezing outside. I don't know why I'm out here. And join me on this wild ride through the dreams and nightmares of the worst people you know. I'm a firm believer in the doctrine of knowing one's enemy. I'm also a firm believer that there's no such thing as unbiased media or news, and I never try to hide my own biases behind the false veneer of objectivity. Unfortunately, mainstream media often obfuscates its own stakeholders and the biases they bring behind this false veneer, which makes it difficult to find reliable information. Today's sponsor, Ground News, is an app and website that allows me to cut through all this noise and gain a clearer understanding of the news as it happens. It aggregates news from all over the world in one place and breaks down a story by how it's covered based on the outlet's political leanings, who's funding the narrative, and where in the world its perspective comes from. Take this story about the Donroe Doctrine. Over 200 outlets covered this story, so if I scroll down and compare tone, but they all bounty and see have been as I learned relaxed them to flash out grass. In 1957, a man by the name of Julian Huxley published a collection of essays in which he introduced the world to a concept that sounds fantastical. That, quote, "The human species can, if it wishes, transcend itself, not just sporadically, but in its entirety, as humanity." He calls this new belief transhumanism, man remaining man, but transcending himself, by realizing new possibilities of and for his human nature. Huxley says that the human species has nearly exhausted the limits of scientific and geographical exploration of the world and of nature. Not exactly true, but we'll come back to that. And that the next great frontier is to explore and radically alter human nature itself. to find out what possibilities and limitations our species faces. The process of evolution, according to Huxley, has passed the baton on to humans to continue its work by our own volition. This admittedly vague definition of transhumanism would morph into various subgroups and be incorporated into a variety of political philosophies. But that central idea of transcending humanity, whether through genetic engineering or advanced technologies, would remain at its core. One of the more interesting depictions of transhumanism is Ian M. Banks' sci-fi series, The Culture. In these novels, Banks depicts a vast and utopian anarchist civilization of 7 or 8 humanoid species living across the entire Milky Way galaxy. These humanoid aliens, alongside hyper-intelligent and conscious AIs called minds, control much of the culture's operations, meaning that the purpose of life becomes, quote, less physical, more metaphysical, and the aims of civilization moral rather than material. Scarcity is unknown, as is exploitation. Quote, it is essentially an automated civilization in its manufacturing processes, with human labor restricted to something indistinguishable from play or a hobby. The people of the culture can best be described as some odd mix of technologically enhanced, genetically modified humans mixed with more classical humans.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago. They became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal vampire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
Here we go again.
Blah! That's the way we start. Gang! What's going on, gang? Slapping blood. Oh. No, my pop-up chat's not working. Let me fix that. Real quick. And you know what I did this time that's a little different? Oh, I don't know if you noticed. I actually refreshed the chat before we even started. Okay, so that way, when we started, it's not all fucked up. The chat's working. But okay, did that work? Slopping blood. There we go. Yes. Gang, I'm hobbling around, if you know what I'm saying. I'm hobbling around, coming after us. I'm coming after somebody. Oh, I don't know who it might be. What am I talking about? All right, and no. We got to do this. No, we don't got to do that. Wait, what the heck? Wait a minute. Where did I go? Hey, who turned out the lights? No, that's not right. Well, that actually looks kind of good. This is the camera on my computer. Should I just be using this? Well, this is the one I've been using. See, that looks worse. Am I crazy? I don't know. No, it's fine. I changed my mind. I like it. I changed my mind. I like it again. No, it looks a little too extreme. It just looks a little bit too extreme. Can I fiddle around with it a little bit? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Dang it. I really thought that this was going to work somehow. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, maybe oh, no. Okay, whatever. You know what? I don't even know if that really changed. I feel like that's maybe a little bit brighter. Whatever. Listen, hope this doesn't hurt your guys' eyes. And I will move this. Move the physical camera. Okay, whatever. It's so hard to freaking set this thing up, so it's good. All right, what? I was coming in with the heat. I was ready to go. I was like, yes, we are not going. There's not going to be a delay in the stream this time. I'm going to get right into it. I got the mic turned on. I got the chat working. I got everything. No. This angle looks good. IMO. I love that. I love that feedback. If you have anything about the stream to share that's positive and won't hurt my feelings, please do. That is what I crave. I found that entertaining and informative. Nice.
I thought it was entertaining and informative.
Amazing. Bohemian Grover.
Something particularly pleasing was happening for the Bohemian Grovers.
You guys love it. You guys love when I play the little clips from Alex Jones.
That was a ball-faced lie.
Okay. You also like it when I play the things from the Kraken, Sidney Powell. Yes, that's true. From all of the different things on the thing. Sound is on point. Yes. There's always something. If I don't have leftist audio issues, I got leftist camera filter issues, whatever. Anyway, we gotta get that bisexual lighting. We gotta emphasize that. We gotta super saturate the tones. Okay. But yeah, let me shout out our boy here. Okay, wait. Whoa, I should have been like this the whole time, so you guys can actually see me. What's up, gang? Welcome to Extra Chill Goblin Stream. You're listening, you're watching to Extra Chill Goblin. It is Sunday, June 28th, broadcasting from an undisclosed location in the heart of the Imperial Core. You can follow me here at Extra Chill Goblin, my main channel, my Twitter, my Patreon, all at Chill Goblin, sometimes with an underscore. You can get 20% off Means TV with the code Chill Goblin, all one word. You want to know that stuff again? Go into the description of this video. Also, the app I use to display my notes is called Obsidian, and it's free, and I'm not affiliated with them, but I think it's a very good program. All right. New intro off. Oh, fuck, now this thing's in the way. Maybe I'll just put it down like this a little bit. That is really awkward for me to see the screen, but I feel like you guys can see so much more of my body. Whoa. Chest reveal. All right. Cool. T-shirt design reveal. Pizza Fest. It's like a cross between poutine and pizza. It's like a Montreal punk festival. Anyway, if you have a ball in your face, you can't lie. Is that true? I don't know. I mean, I would have to see how the experiments went. Anyway.
Thanks forward, faith up.
Let's get into the I don't know. What do I talk about on here? The news? No. Let's talk about this video for a second. AI is a Eugenics project. It's from the Stories We Tell with Ryan Hodes. It's a funny name for a channel because it's like, I feel like it's supposed to be like, The Stories We Tell with Ryan Hodes. It's like, with your host, but it also sounds like, these are the stories we tell with Ryan Hodes, and then we have the stories we tell without Ryan Hodes. You know what I mean? Like, it's like that. I don't know. Is that funny? Is that funny? Do not reveal your chest on stream. All right, fair enough. Okay, wow. It's my chest, and I'll reveal it where I like. Okay, it's not a crime. You think Alex Jones is on Ozempic? Probably, and you know what? That's fine. He's allowed to do that. I'm not so dark woke that I would call the guy Ozempic Jones or something. Leave something sacred for Hot Gob. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Hot Gob has still not seen my chest, and until the day we're married, I plan to keep it that way. All right, I'm a traditionalist. Okay. Wait, you're not a cryogenically frozen head? No, not really. No, I'm sorry. I really led you guys on there, making me think I was some kind of head guy. But anyway, no, yeah, this is a cool video. Good stuff. Like at first, I was like, oh, is it just a stream? No, it's not. It's like fully edited. There's like music stuff. There's like cool fonts. You know, it's like, oh, what does this even say? Well, isn't it showing it? Yeah, I was like, what does this even say? I mean, I like the font. What was it? Tescriel, I think. Tescriel. Transhumanism. He's doing cool stuff with editing software. It's good. It's not a stream. This isn't slop. Somebody put their heart and soul into this. Their blood, sweat, and tears. Other things. Magar, I just assumed you were my DMT entity. Yeah. I have so much to show you. As you like smoke DMT and the fucking machine elves come out and they're like, whoa, have you seen the latest Epstein files release? Whoa, yo, let's look at this Obsidian board of all the universe's secrets. Let's talk about Peter Thiel for a while. Well, what do you think about AI? I'm kind of like weirded out. That chest framing is called a Montana shot from the mountains up. Is it? Okay, Montana shot it is. All right. Gang. I got so much to talk to you about today. I don't know. I could talk more about the stories we tell of Ryan Hodes, but you guys get the idea. It's a good channel. Go into it. I just kind of want to get started. So let's get into it. So I got like a massive look at this board. Look at this. Look at this freaking thing. You see how many fucking nodes this thing has? Yo, we are fucking noided and noded. All right, we got lots of nodes, lots of connections, and in fact, this is going to be broken down into two different sections here. Okay, so they're sort of related, but they're sort of also completely unrelated and different. But we've got two big news stories here from the same week. We got Fauci lab leak confirmed by the intelligence community, by the DNI, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. And then in the same exact cycle of news, we got, Tulsi Gabbard not only is a member of a cult, we've known that for a while, she actually is more like associated with them than we thought, and has been basically taking direction, talking points. She has been their puppet of a bunch of cultists. And I find this story so exciting. As a guy, my whole thing, right, is I'm fascinated by conspiracy theories. And I think that there is there's some truth to them. There's elements of truth to them a lot of the time. A lot of people get the facts wrong, but the feeling's right in a lot of cases. And one thing that I do think conspiracy theorists mostly just have the facts completely wrong is about their obsession with cultists. And they think, the cultists, like Alex Jones would be like, every single one of the elites that rule over us is actually a member of a evil, satanic, druidic, bohemian, Babylonian cult that worships esoteric graven images, and they really want it to be evil and blah blah blah.
This is just unbelievably macabre and evil.
And I gotta say, I get, we don't trust politicians, and there is something going on behind the scenes, and we should be suspicious of their movements and blah 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 blah. All these elites, not just politicians either, all these elites, right? But no, I'm sorry, they're not all in a cult. But this is a lady who is in a cult, and the cult, it turns out, is fucking telling her what to do. So this is a real one, this is a real one. Tulsi Gabbard we got here. A puppet, basically. Yeah, exactly. Like a Bohemian Grover.
Something particularly pleasing was happening for the Bohemian Grovers.
100%. Tulsi, you're a muppet. You're a muppet of the elite. Yeah. Tulsi, she seems cool, but she's turns out she was just a muppet the whole time. And so I must shout out this website here, Cult Education Institute, who is, I've got their thread here. If you want to know about Tulsi Gabbard and a cult, you gotta check out this fucking thread on the Cult Education Institute website. This is like Web 1.0 style forum. This is what we had before Discord servers. And this is a 895 page thread on this forum. Not the only thread about Tulsi Gabbard's cult, but it's 895 pages. The most recent post is from yesterday. And the earliest post in this thread, all on the same topic, it's from March 18th, 2004. So anytime you're like, whoa, did you hear that? People will constantly keep saying, oh my God, they just found out Tulsi Gabbard's in a cult. She's actually in a cult. The news just, no. Believe me, the news did not just break. This has been news. This has been news for a while. And anybody who is doing one of these articles, I imagine, like, has probably gone through this entire thread. Like this huge, like meticulously it's like a fucking, it's like reading the fucking Bible cover to cover or something, you know? It's like its own cult scripture. So I got to shout out these guys because they have been on this forever. Anyway, really interesting to go through. I obviously haven't read this entire thing, but I did kind of look for keywords and jump around in there. So we got to shout them out. But beyond that, like, you know, when I first learned about Tulsi Gabbard's cult, we had, I mean, I guess I think I learned about it a little bit before this. Yeah, 2019. I think I learned about it before this. Anyway, I can't quite remember, but this is when I remember when this came out in New York Magazine. Such a funny title. Tulsi Gabbard had a very strange childhood. This is such a, like, I feel like almost like it's crazy to see an article this explosive with this kind of title. Like, it's such a, it's actually kind of like a big dick move, I guess. Because, I mean, today's fucking internet, like, attention economy, right? You know, the death of the, you know, newspaper, whatever, printed magazine. The title of an article always has to be like the most insane thing ever that barely ever has anything to do with what's in it. And this one is so vague and like funny. Like, this is the sort of title that probably was written by the author. Like, let's like understate it, and then it'll turn out to be like way more insane than people think. So there's this article, and then just this past week, this one came out. So we're gonna get into all this briefly. I mean, I fucking went through this. As you can see, I have so many different things to go over. I'm not gonna go over everything, but I'm gonna try to give you guys because then we'll just be here all night. But I'll give you guys a basic kind of intro. So this is the logo for the religious group that Tulsi Gabbard's a part of. Both of her parents part of this. She was born into this. Let's just call it a cult. I'm going to call it a cult. I feel like I've already made this picture. I can just call it a cult. It's called the Science of Identity Foundation. Often described as like a Hindu. It's not Hindu. It's actually like kind of like based off more the Hare Krishnas, which are a sort of sect, like not like a sort of a cult in their own way. I don't know what the point is. You stop being a cult and you become an actual religion, really. But like they're a sect, you could call it, off of Hinduism. And then this is like a sect off of that, where the main difference is that in the Science of Identity, they're all about this dude, this white guy, Chris Butler, this white dude from Hawaii who's their guru, but is basically treated as a god. We've got like what's his deal? He's a little weird. He's kind of like has like stoner vibes, you know, surfer vibe. Hawaii. He was a surfer. He's like an athlete when he was young. I think he almost had like a baseball scholarship or something, and was like kind of a popular guy growing up. And then he got an injury, and then maybe he kind of shifted into spirituality. I'm a little bit fuzzy on the details here, but he became this cult leader, and he had like people who were willing to die for him and stuff. And his cult has grown, and it has fucking factions mostly in Hawaii where he lives, but also they run a school in the Philippines that a lot of the parents send their children to. So they're like, there's a weird kind of whatever global thing. It has tried to get into politics several times. Let me just read you this part here. Butler's group, called Science of Identity, has had political ambitions at least since 1976, when its members formed a political party called Independence for Godly Government and ran a number of candidates in local races. They kept their association with Butler under wraps until in 1977, the Honolulu Advisor published a 3-part series headlined The Secret Spiritual Base of a New Political Force. A party chair, Bill Penarosa, is the father of Tulsi Gabbard's current chief of staff. This is from 2019. Kainoa had no political experience prior to being hired by Tulsi at age 30. He was managing one of the group's health food stores. Former members of the Science of Identity say Butler has always craved legitimacy for his group among mainstream Hindus, and that he has come closest to achieving this through Tulsi Gabbard's relationship to Narendra Modi. Now, all right, so Narendra Modi is the sort of Hindu nationalist, I'm just going to call him a fascist leader of India, extremely, Islamophobic, like horrible dude. Tulsi Gabbard's always been very supportive of him, has like voted against a bill that was meant to kind of whatever had language in it that was kind of, it wasn't even going to hurt him at all. It was just kind of snarky towards him. And she voted it down or whatever. She voted against it. She's met him, I think, several times. One time she gave him a Hawaiian lei and a copy of the Bhagavad Gita, the like Hindu holy text. So she's weirdly, and this was while she was mostly considered a progressive, this was happening. So it's weird that she was like cozying up to this guy who's like a fucking, psycho, like Indian Hitler dude. It was a little weird. I also thought it was funny for her to give him the Bhagavad Gita. Like, I don't know. It's like, is that like a book recommendation? You're like, some good stuff in here, man. You should check this out or whatever. That just seems odd. It's like if you meet I don't know. Who would that be? Yeah, it'd be like if you met Netanyahu and you gave him a copy of the Torah. And you're like, you should check this out, dude. It'd be kind of like that. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, Narendra Modi. So he's been kind of trying to get into politics for a while. There's a little bit more on the political angle here. But actually, first, let me play you like a little bit of his political... Well, this isn't even a political speech, but this is him talking about politics. I don't know, culture war, I guess, politics, as the preacher of this cult. This is a clip that the Daily Beast dug up. All right. So I'm not sure what law he's talking about here, to be honest, but I'm guessing it's some kind of gay, maybe it's like Obama legalizing gay marriage. One of this guy's main pillars in his pretty bizarre politics, I have to say. One of his main things, though, is he hates gay people. And here he is talking about how the law is so sad because it makes it's trying to convert people to F-slur-ism. It makes up this. I've never heard that word. F-slur-ism, but it's so sad because it's trying to convert people to F-slur-ism. Oh, you guys can't hear it? Fuck. Damn it. This happens like half the time. Hang on.
They're fist up each other's anuses.
Oh, geez. Yeah, they came online at the worst time. Okay, sorry. Gang. All right. We're just going to start this from the top, okay? In the edit, we're going to make this work. So I'll just give you guys so just to set this clip up, this is Chris Butler, the guru of Tulsi Gabbard. And this is a speech of his, and he's talking about some gay rights law. Okay, let's check it out.
So then we're stuck in this position where we're faced with having to follow God within our heart or having to follow the law. And this is what's so sad, that they create this law. But is this not the reason why they're creating that law? Because they're not able to get people to be converted to their religion of materialism, to f***ism, voluntarily, convincing them that it's right, that it's clean, that it's spiritual, or whatever the hell they think it is, that it's normal, because they have no...
That is normal. Yeah. So he believes that I'm not sure what the law is. I don't think that there was, Obama ever passed a law that was like, you must be converted to F-slur-ism. I don't think that was, I don't think he's literally describing what the law is, but it could be anything. I don't know. Could be, the thing that's coming to mind is just legalizing gay marriage, right? I mean, that seems to be maybe what he's about. I have to say, maybe this is wrong, but it's hard for me to really take this guy seriously as an anti-gay force with a voice like that. The guy has, and there's nothing wrong with this, but the guy has the gayest voice I have maybe ever heard. And he's like, they're trying to convert us. They're trying to make us gay, and they're trying to convince us that it's okay. It's like, but it is okay, man. It's okay. Not everyone who's extremely homophobic is gay, but there is a comorbidity between the deeply closeted and, self-hating, and those who turn out to actually be, the most prominent homophobic, whatever, legislators, preachers, influencers. I think there is a bit of crossover here, but I really wasn't, because I read a lot about this guy before I heard his voice, and I was like, what the fuck? And I totally changed my opinion on him. That's
logic in their explanations that it's somehow normal to shove their fists up each other's anuses, and thereby are unable to convince me.
He goes way too descriptive and graphic with it. It's somehow normal for them to have really kissable lips and to look at everybody's butts and think to themselves, that's a nice butt all the time.
That it's normal, or that it's clean, or that it's not sinful, that they lick each other's anuses, or that a man is having sex with a man, or a woman with a woman.
It's like, that one I find actually gross. A woman and a woman, ugh, ew.
They must convert us by force.
Anyway, so I just wanted to play you guys that. Well, that is true too. No one's more interested in gay sex than straight men is something I've heard. For sure. Yeah, he's daydreaming there. Yeah, he gets like a little bit sidetracked. He keeps naming shit. He's like, I could see like a drag queen doing like an amazing lip sync to this, Put a fucking beat underneath. It's ready, It's so good. Anyway, obviously a horrible person. His politics are odd, though, I will say. Extremely anti-gay, homophobic. Also fucking hates Muslims. Super Islamophobic. Pro, bombing the Middle East. Pro-Israel, hate, like all that shit. But then also, there's also like some weird like anti-capitalism that it seems kind of like weird and unaligned. His father was like an actual anti-communist. We could go into this guy. Let's just say, leave it at, he's a fucking weirdo. He's a weird dude. He's a white guy who started his own cult that's vaguely Hindu. Changed his name. He changed his name to Jagguru Siddhaswarupananda Paramahamsa. Yes, I nailed it. God, I was practicing before the stream, and I could only get it like a third of the time, but I wasn't expecting it there. But yeah, he taught of virulent homophobia, skepticism of science, dangers of public schools. None of the children in his cult are allowed to go to school. They have to all be homeschooled or go to his specific school in the Philippines. He had been associated with Hare Krishna and in fact claimed to have been given his Sanskrit name, Siddhaswarupananda Paramahamsa, by the founder of the Hare Krishna movement, but by the time he encountered the Gabbards, he'd started his own group. His teachings revolved around worship of Krishna, but differed from those of Hare Krishna in that he instructed his followers to learn from only a single guru, himself. Like, that's weird. That's where you start getting into a cult. Like, no, I'm just Hinduism. Except for I'm based on like another thing that isn't really Hinduism. And I'm even more weird than that in that I'm the only guy that they get to listen to. The lack of formal dress allowed the group in an anonymity he encouraged. That's interesting. It's like he wants them, the Hare Krishna guys, if there were Hare Krishnas like infiltrating the government, we would all know, right? It would be like, what's with all the bald guys in robes that just got elected to fucking Congress or whatever? It's like, oh no, that's the Hare Krishnas. And like, we were trying to sneak in. No, these guys, you don't know. They're all, they're secret. They look normal. He forbade them from visiting India, which is not typical of a Hare Krishna, or I would say Hindu, and also against Hare Krishna practice, he married. His wife was one of his followers, Wailana, a popular yoga instructor who later had a long-running political yoga series on public television. This woman, Wailana, I think she's credited as being the person who brought yoga to China. She's like I think she had like a mainstream Chinese television yoga program. I think that's right. Anyway, I'm not totally sure on that, but that's what I remember. Anyway, this is just a weird little detail. Whenever Butler traveled, he'd have the homes he stayed in lined with tinfoil to protect against electromagnetic radiation. You've heard of tinfoil hat shit? This guy was like, I want to live in a tinfoil house. Okay, those who live in tinfoil houses shouldn't throw. Let's just say those who live in tinfoil houses shouldn't conduct their own grand political conspiracies. Maybe that could be an expression. So yeah, Tulsi grew up in this fucking group. When she was 14, her father found. Oh, also by the way, this is not really important at all. But do you guys know what ethnicity Tulsi Gabbard is? You guys know what her background is? Like, she's a mix. Like what kind of ethnicity she is? And I mean, this isn't important. I was just surprised because I always thought, oh, this is an Indian woman, but she's not Indian at all. She's not Indian. She's actually Samoan and white. I think her dad is half Samoan, half white, and her mom is white. I didn't know that. This is like how nobody knew Kamala Harris had Indian heritage. I didn't know that. This is like the opposite. I'm like, what? When did she stop being Indian? It turns out she's just Hindu. Or, well, not Hindu, but whatever this thing is. Yeah, right? India. That's what I thought. But no. Apparently, from what I gather. Yeah, very surprising. Because, whenever she gets criticized, she's always like, this is Hindu phobia. This is blah, 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 blah. And I mean, I don't know. I guess I always just assumed that there must be some Indian background there. But no, just part of a cult has vaguely, the aesthetics of Hinduism. It's a trick question. She is what she looks like and not what you heard. I mean, I thought she looked like she was Indian. I don't know. Maybe I just don't know. Maybe I don't know what people look like. Yes. So this is interesting. Her father was super anti-gay, started a nonprofit called Stop Promoting Homosexuality America. Okay. Hosting a radio show called Let's Talk Straight Hawaii. One of those guys, he's like a J.K. Rowling guy or something, where it's like they start hating trans people, but then their whole life is about like single issue hatred, where it's like it just takes over your brain. Hatred is a mind virus. Your radio show is called Let's Talk Straight Hawaii. How many hours can you talk about how it's a crime to be gay? Blah, 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 blah. So this was, when she was 14, she appeared in one of their like advertisements. She was a teenager, but she began her political life in her teens, knocking on doors with her father, who went on to be elected to the city council, eventually the state senate, where socially conservative and pro-environmental regulation, he remains. Interesting. Her first marriage was with the guy who is also in this cult. Her second marriage also with a guy who's in this cult. That's the guy she's married to right now. After a single term, she joined the military, saying she'd been motivated by 9/11. I'm just going to move on here. She, as a rising star, she joined the DNC, became vice chairman of the DNC. Yes. Oh, this is more on that. Sorry, I'm kind of jumping all over the place here, but I mentioned earlier that Chris Butler had started a what's it called? Political project called the what's it called again? The Independence for Godly Government. And I think it's noteworthy, right? The Independence for Godly Government isn't specifically Hindu, and they always avoid in their public stuff talking about any specific denomination. And so that is sort of how Tulsi treats her religion, where she's like, I believe in God. Okay, it's just God. God. All right, let's not get into specifics. I'm cool like you guys. I'm spiritual. You guys believe in Jesus Christ, and I believe in like something similar to that. She's very she's a little cagey, and literally this goes back to the 70s. This is, in 1970, two devotees to Butler told a reporter they would do anything Butler asked, including kill themselves. In 1975, Butler had a pamphlet that said inept politicians should be removed from their seats and be replaced by what he called saintly persons. Saintly persons. So that sounds like kind of Catholic, right? Do they got saints in Hinduism? To be honest, maybe they do. I don't really know. That's actually true, Tizzle Bacon. You'd have cults too if volcanoes were constantly trying to kill you. Yeah, Hawaii may be one of the more understandable places for occults to spring up. But the following year, after he said this is when he founded the Independence for Godly Government, 14 candidates for federal, state, and local offices, and it claims to be non-sectarian. Again, it's like, oh, we're not anything specific, but they're all, Butler devotees. I guess it said at least several were Butler followers, but all were Krishna devotees, Hare Krishna. So if not in the Science of Identity Foundation, they're in the Hare Krishnas. I spoke with a family member of one of the candidates who had run for Independence for Godly Government in 1976. She said she feared retribution from the SIF, that's the Science of Identity Foundation, and agreed to talk with me as long as I didn't publish her name. She told me Butler had advised the IGG candidates while working to hide his connections to them, and that he avoided written communications, instead using intermediaries to deliver his campaign advice. She said Butler was obsessed with politics. He wanted, she said, to rule the world. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. This is some real deal cultist political conspiracy going on here. It does seem like he kind of sucked at this, though. I mean, yeah, Tulsi Gabbard's dad, he got elected to fucking whatever government as like the I hate gays dude. Apparently he's still in, government now, which is crazy. But here's what I'm saying here. Tulsi's, whenever she gets any kind of questions about this, about the Science of Identity Foundation, hey, are you a cult? She will respond with accusations of religious bigotry and Hindu phobia. Her campaign website once mentioned her years in the Philippines. This is at that school that's run by Butlerites, but that was removed. The New Yorker asked if she had a spiritual teacher. She said, yeah, I got many, many spiritual teachers. None of them are more important than the others. And I've never heard Chris Butler say an unkind thing. So she must not have heard this speech, which is unkind to a lot of people and probably to Chris Butler himself. He's never said an unkind thing, she says. The campaign's position is that any serious inquiry into Tulsi's religious background constitutes a Hindu-phobic line of attack to which other candidates would not be subject. Though again, Butler's group does not identify as Hindu. So, it's interesting, eh? It's like an identity politics game, I guess. This is Hindu phobia, but the group she's in, it itself doesn't even say it's Hindu. And she's sort of obscuring that she's involved in it, right? And she'll tweet out like Bible quotes. She'll tweet out whatever. And hey, like I'm supportive of people having like taking from the smorgasbord of spiritual and religious ideas. I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with that, but I think it's interesting how much she's obfuscating her obvious kind of origins. When the author of the first article here reached out to Tulsi, sent a series of questions regarding Chris Butler to Tulsi. Tulsi and asked her, when did you begin to identify as Hindu? When did you become Hindu? Tulsi replied that with an email that declines to mention any of that. My religion, she wrote, is my loving relationship with God and the motivation that springs from that relationship to try my best to use my life in the service of humanity and the planet. Okay, but as late as 2015, in a video still up on YouTube, Tulsi publicly acknowledged her Guru Dev to be Siddhaswarapananda Paramahamsa. Nailed it again. Chris Butler. Sorry, I shouldn't make not so big a deal of that. But so here it is. This is a video. Oh, okay. I got to go to 340. Here we go. And here it is. All right.
All be lost orphans, were it not for his compassion and mercy. My Gurudev, Srila Siddhaswarapananda Paramahamsa, has said...
My Gurudev, is it Dave? I always been saying, Gurudeva. Okay, Gurudev, is that how you say it? It sounds like a guy's named Dave. Okay. My Gurudev, Srila, and then Srila, I think means something else. Oh fuck, I should have looked this stuff up. I'm sorry. If anybody's Hindu out there, you must be shaking your head. I'm such a gringo, but yeah, no, like, she just calls him out here. This is in 2015. You know, this was like this is when she was in politics. She was like doing this fucking dance already. Like, oh no, I don't believe in anything. I'm more spiritual. You know, I believe in whatever you believe. It's no big deal. Don't look into it. It's fine. No, I have many spiritual advisors. None of them are greater than the other one. And this one's like, my Gurudev, Srila, blah blah blah. Let me try to say it again. Siddhaswara Pananda Paramahamsa. Like, oh my God, she admitted it. You know. Crazy moment. All right, so that's basically the whatever you want to call it. Okay, she's part of a cult. Okay, this is they're hiding in plain sight. You know, they've got the signs are all there. Okay, but okay, yeah, she's in a cult. Sure, but like, what's wrong with that? Like, a lot of us are in cults. Okay, a lot of us are in cults. Whether or not you call it a cult, it's cult-ish. Okay, maybe we're not cultists. Maybe we're cult-ish. Okay, you know, like. Some people really like Apple computers. Some people, some people are in like multi-level marketing schemes. Those are cults too. Like there's, any kind of group. Some people are into fucking leftism is a cult in many ways. It's cultish. You know, we got the thought-terminating cliches. You know, we got like, oh, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. Blah blah blah. We got all these kind of little stock phrases and mantras that we tell each other. Like, what's wrong with being in a cult, really? Like, a lot of people in Congress are Christian. That's a little kooky if you haven't just been grown up here in the context of it all over and over again. Are we really going to be? I mean, I'm not going to say Hindu phobic, but legitimately, Science of Identity Foundation phobic. Is there anything wrong with that? Well, it turns out there's a little bit more to the story than that. So here's a lady. Rebecca Salzberg, former member of the Science Identity Foundation, who also worked on Gabbard's congressional campaigns. She was an assistant to Chris Butler, Siddhaswara Pananda Paramahamsa, Gurudev. She was very associated with this group, and she was in talks with this dude, John Swain, who... she originally wanted him to help her out with this other thing where she was alleging that there was a bunch of child sex abuse in the cult, and she was trying to help a young woman or somebody who had escaped from the cult, and she was like protecting her and trying to blah, 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 blah. Sounds pretty intense. We don't really have the details on that, but she's reaching out to him for that, and he was like, oh, this sounds kind of weird. It sounds kind of conspiratorial. And he was like, I got a couple questions about Tulsi Gabbard. Can you tell me some stuff about this? And she's like, yeah. Here's a fucking thousands of emails that I was on these email chains between Tulsi, Chris Butler, and like a bunch of other people during her like her entire political career, basically. And the guy was just like, oh fuck, god damn. And he looked through everything. And let me show you guys, this is where shit gets fucking crazy. If it wasn't crazy for you already, hold on to your butts, all right? Jurassic Park style. So he actually did, you know what? I actually genuinely respect this. He didn't put out all of it, but he put out some of it. Like he put out like, it feels like you're looking through the Epstein files, but it's only like 12 pages or something. But he put out some of the emails that she gave him. And so you can kind of look through it. But I'm just going to mostly go through, so here's like some of this stuff. These are mostly, it seems like transcripts of conversations between Tulsi, Chris Butler, and the other assistants who are there. Or it's statements, press statements and talking points that Chris Butler dictated, like spoke out loud to somebody who typed it up and then sent it to Tulsi. And the crazy thing is, she just did it. She just took the input, and then you can look at the clips of her saying the things that Chris Butler said. This is like straight up puppet shit, okay? Straight up, like Bohemian Grovers.
Something particularly pleasing was happening for the Bohemian Grovers.
And another interesting thing here is he's really fucking mean to her. this dude, Chris Butler, right? Like this is him messaging her in 2015. This was before she actually made the statement, but she had a statement ready to put out. And he goes, your statement was so bad. It was like Nancy Pelosi wrote it. Actually, let me try to do the impression of his voice. Your statement to put out was so bad. It was like Nancy Pelosi wrote it. It's really bad. It just reeked of politician. I didn't say anything. In the first place, nobody gives a shit what you think about a State of the Union speech unless you're going to say something of interest. Why are you sticking your nose in there? It's just words. You don't want to keep doing this. The more you do politician type of things, the more you're seen as just another politician. I also think that at some parts he sounds kind of dumb. Like he's talking about the Glass-Steagall Act down here. He's like, so say a couple of things you agreed with or something like this, and then say, I'm disappointed Obama didn't commit himself to serious banking reform, which would, by passing the Glass-Steagall Act, which would separate banks' investment arm from their ... I don't know, whatever it does. Okay. It literally says in brackets, whatever it does. He's like, I don't know. Fucking who cares? I was also disappointed he did not address the issue of Islamic extremism and how he proposed to defeat it. And if you'll recall, back during the Obama era, Tulsi Gabbard was mostly known for criticizing Barack Obama for not using the phrase radical Islamic terrorism. That was her big fucking focus. Again, something directly from, it seems, Chris Butler. And so I find it kind of fucking amazing how, because this is actually not that weird for a politician to get talking points. But all politicians have people who do this for them. All politicians have people who are like, hey, I read all those boring ass things and here's what your opinion on them should be. Yeah, I know this and here's what you should say about this. Like that is pretty normal, but it is weird as fuck. Like this feels like an abusive relationship. The way he's talking to her is crazy. He's like, oh, no one gives a shit what you think. You're so stupid. Just do what I say. Like this is where it's weird. I think you really only get this if it's a cult situation or, an abusive boyfriend or something. When I asked, so this is the writer of the article talking to the woman who leaked him all this stuff. And he was like, who's the person talking to her? Because technically it never says that this guy is Chris Butler. But he asked her, when I asked Salzberg about this, she seemed amused. It was Butler, of course, she said. No one else could speak to Gabbard like that, she added. Salzberg said the memos were unattributed precisely to mask Butler's identity if they ever became public. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, you guys are talking about Star Trek in the chat? Hell yeah. All right, moving on here. So here's just some examples. The more you read of these, the crazier it gets. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'll give you a taste. The whole article is worth a read. It's really fucking crazy. So he gets all these fucking memos and shit. He can compare the content of the memos against Gabbard's record in the House, found unmistakable parallels. The main speaker in a 2014 memo pressed for her to propose legislation penalizing countries with citizens who had fought for the Islamic State and to issue a statement about it. Get it started in the morning, the person said. You need to be the leader in this regard. Don't dick around. I found that Gabbard released a statement the following day. A week after that, she introduced a bill in the House. An October 12th, 2015 memo labeled CNN Wolf Blitzer Talking Points, Final, contained this language about reports that she'd been asked by the Democratic leadership not to attend a presidential debate. It's not a boo-hoo, I don't get to go to the party situation, Wolf. I dug up the clip of her appearance that day and found she had used the line almost verbatim. The issue here is not about me saying boo-hoo, I'm going to miss the party. That's my impression of Tulsi Gabbard, by the way. The issue here, Wolf, and let's hear it. We've got that.
But really, Wolf.
So this is, again, the thing that she got from this mysterious guy who's definitely Chris Butler, I think, was, it's not a boohoo, I don't get to go to the party situation, Wolf. I remember watching this clip, crazily enough. This very clip I remember watching. But anyway, let's hear.
That's really the issue here. The issue here is not about me saying, boohoo, I'm going to miss the party. The issue here is one of democracy, of freedom of speech, and defending that which so many have sacrificed.
Anyway, I'm going to cut it off there. It's interesting because, like, that's sort of like a funny, like, fun line. And Tulsi Gabbard, like, she's not very funny. She doesn't make a lot of jokes, right? Like she doesn't seem like she's, but like what's crazy to me is like, I at least thought that Tulsi Gabbard had like a personality, you know, I thought she was sort of like a contrarian, you know, like an opinionated person, like a reactionary in a lot of ways. But I thought I had kind of a gauge on what she was like as a human being. And now I'm like, oh my God, she's just a fucking actor. She's just a mouthpiece. Like everything she's ever done is just like these fucking weird, like cultist, kind of inept in a lot of ways, idiots scrambling behind closed doors to try and give her shit that'll boost her profile and get her in the news and using any kind of angle they can to get this. And she's just going out there parroting this shit. It's kind of nuts. So I don't even know what she is. And like, she's an actor basically, you know, she's a puppet. She's a Bohemian Grover. Quite insane. The limited remark, and here, just to that point, the limited remarks attributed to Gabbard in the memos appeared to show her enthusiastically embracing the guidance. TG, that's perfect. That line right there, said one transcript labeled Iraq Notes call. A line attributed to TG in another transcript said, that's a great way to put it. She's not even given input on this. She's always like, oh, thank you. Okay, I'll say that. And like, I thought she was like kind of smart. Yeah, I thought she was kind of whatever. No, she's got like a team of fucking weirdos writing all of her shit. Because that's another thing, is I always thought her politics were, like, there were times when I was like, oh, Tulsi's not bad. That's a good idea. You know, like I even still agree with some of the things that she say. Yeah. But like, now I'm like, oh, so she was like, I don't know. But like, she had some good moments in like debates against Biden, right? She called out Kamala during a debate. I remember, like, I specifically remember like this interview here in 2015, her being disinvited from the Democratic debate, and at that point was like, oh yeah, she should have been allowed to go, but yeah, no, it's absolutely nuts. Anyway, so this is just another one of her weird things where she's like really pro Assad. She's pro Assad. That's another thing that he was able to tie back to the things that she's, you know, getting. Don't need to get too much into that. Oh, this one's just funny. A June 2014 memo Hohen emailed Gabbard ahead of a TV appearance was direct. Don't forget to smile, etc. Don't do the eye thing. On YouTube, I found a clip of Gabbard on CNN the following day. Hohen, by the way, is Butler's assistant. I found a clip of Gabbard on CNN the following day. At several points, she opened her eyes wide while speaking. We got a little picture of Tulsi opening her eyes wide. Well, from what I saw, she's doing the fucking eye thing again. An unnamed speaker told Hohen later that day, according to, and I think the unnamed speaker is Butler. Like this guy, the guy who wrote the article is very careful because he wasn't able to definitively prove that the unnamed speaker is Butler, but it's gotta be Butler. It's gotta be allegedly gotta be Butler. Like he found parts where this unnamed speaker mentions going to the university that Butler went to. There's a part where he's like, look through this list and let me know if my name shows up. And then somebody's like, I looked for Chris Butler and you didn't show up. And it's like, oh, okay. Thanks. Thank you. You know, incompetent conspiracy member for putting a paper trail to that a little bit. But I get it. He's got to be careful and be like, oh, I don't know. You know, one thing. Okay, this is, oh, fuck, is this mean? I mean, you know, whatever. I don't mean to say that there's anything wrong with this. But like, one thing I have noticed is that Tulsi Gabbard, I don't think this is like cosmetic surgery. I think she's had like smile training. Because if you look at her smile now, it's like really nice. Like honestly, like Tulsi Gabbard, I think maybe one of the biggest parts of her appeal is like, she's a babe. She looks good, you know? She's got that like little white thing in her hair. I don't know. You know, she's gone rogue. You know, she's gone rogue, not just from the Democratic Party, but in like the X-Men sense, where she has the white thing in her hair. But if you look at look at this early photo of her, her smile used to be a lot different. Okay, it used to have a lot more like gum to it. You see what I mean? Like I don't see her smile like that very much anymore. But when you look at earlier pictures of her, she's always smiling like that. Anyway, I feel a little weird that I even brought that up, but she had all these people being like, oh, don't do the eye thing. So maybe they also tried to fix up her smile too. You know, who knows? All right, what else we got here? Oh, this is a whole other can of worms. Let me see what else we got here. A January 2015 memo. Wait. Again, they gave her a joke to say. talking about, this is 2015, a plan to attack John Kerry, Secretary of State, for saying violent activity by the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda was rooted not in Islam, but in alienation, poverty, thrill-seeking, and other factors. That's so fucking annoying because he's close. A lot of it is rooted in the fucking downstream effects of U.S. imperialism and poverty and purposeful underdevelopment and resource extraction of the fucking third world. But it's not just because of Islam that these terrorists are like this. It's because of other things like alienation, poverty. I guess the poverty's in there. Okay, I missed that one. I was like, thrill seeking, Anyway, but Tulsi was like, no, actually, it is definitely it is Islam is to blame, and he gave her this little one-liner. Oh, if that were true, the way to deal with terrorists is to give them a trophy, a big hug, increase their self-esteem, give them a good-paying job. And then she used that exact line in a Fox News interview later that day. Crazy how he lines these things up. Anyway, we could go on. We could read more of these. But he compared Gabbard's remarks in 32 TV interviews between 2014 and 2016 with the talking points memos intended for them. On 24 out of 32 occasions, Gabbard used language in the memos almost verbatim. In the other 8 instances, she used different words but promoted the same ideas. So it's actually not like 24 out of 32. It's 32 out of 32. This is a puppet. She's not even funny. Even when she got a good joke off, another guy wrote it and she delivered it completely without any humor at all. Isn't this nuts? Is most of the substance of his advice just like anti-Islam stuff and general apolitical consultant stuff, like the eye stuff? I mean, I don't know. I haven't read over the entire thing. But from what I can tell, he did have certain political things that he actually believed in, like being Islamophobic. But I think so much of the advice was really just desperately trying to read which way the fucking wind was blowing and being like, go endorse Bernie. Okay, now you got to go appease Trump. And I remember like after Trump got inaugurated in 2016, Gabbard met with him right away. And all the progressives were like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why'd you do that? Like the people were pissed. And it's like, there's this whole fucking... But they were, I mean, to be fair to them, they played it right because she did become the director of national intelligence, which is a massively powerful position for a cult puppet to be in, for sure. What was the last thing I had here? The same unnamed speaker who vented about the eye thing also criticized her for seeming insincere. It's like she's trying to express something artificially. I don't feel anything from her, the speaker complained. It's more like kind of remembering talking points. It's like, well, that is what she's doing. Another memo documented a 75-minute call between an unnamed person and Gabbard that went until 10:46 p.m. in Washington, according to a transcript. Now, all you need is a good night's sleep, knowing that no matter how badly you fuck it up, that me and Krishna still love you, the unnamed advisor told her. Doesn't that sound like abusive fucking relationship shit? Now, don't worry, even though you're a useless, pathetic fuck up, undeserving of love and commitment, don't worry, I still love you for some reason. Like that's the vibe I get. Anyway, but there's another weird thing here. Another pretty weird thing is, I mean, this isn't weird. This is something that I am always like tearing my hair out over this, the concept of this, because I feel like this happens so much more than we realize, so much more than is comfortable for us to fucking accept. I think this is the most underrated type of conspiracy of our age. But basically, hundreds of other documents in Salzburg's trove told the story. So aside from people talking to Tulsi and telling her what to say and when, there was also a separate but related project to inflate the appearance of public support for Gabbard on social media. And they did this through sock puppet accounts. Central to the commenting effort were dozens of social media accounts that were anonymized and other accounts that one document referred to as pseudonym profiles, which is displayed fake names. Some featured bogus biographies, including false education and job histories or avatar photographs copied from elsewhere online. The documents show, just gives a bunch of examples of all of these very different people were controlled by the same person. You know, James Cade, a father, guitar player, woodworker, tree planter, was played by a woman named Becky. You know, there's all these. It's interesting to see like a social media mimetic warfare kind of like, you know, online commenting army being run by this cult. Like this is one of the resources you have if you're a cult, right? You got people who are like, I would kill myself for you. It's like, okay, cool, but would you shitpost online for me every day? And more on them. Some of the ways they tried to stop being detected. Whenever possible, use different or anonymous names for new accounts. For each post they made about Gabbard, they were to make 2 that were not about her. If they lived abroad, they should use encrypted services to mask their locations. The group energetically commented on stories about Gabbard on the websites of Honolulu Star-Advertiser, Hawaii's biggest newspaper, and blah, 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 blah. And then at the end of the article, it's like, you know, Gabbard announces her resignation from the DNI, Director of National Intelligence, and some of the accounts, the guy like this just happened, right? This just happened like last Saturday. So while this guy was writing this article, he saw a bunch of the accounts that he had in these documents commenting on the thing. DNI Gabbard is a true patriot and will be missed, wrote at I'm a Cruisin', who describes herself as just an island girl living the island dream. The Sandy Thomas account reposted a similar message. Tulsi Gabbard is a patriot. She will be greatly missed. A third account named only Dawn echoed the sentiment. Tulsi will be missed. She is truly one of a kind and a great patriot. So like, here it is. We've got the people here. Tulsi will be missed. She is truly one of a kind. And wait, was this one of them? Gina Milan? Oh, I think I accidentally, maybe I put the wrong tweet here, but anyway, whatever. But the crazy thing is, like, these are real tweets. Here, let me just go to the page real quick. Boom. And we'll go over to this. Surf the web. Tulsi Gabbard's a patriot. She'll be greatly missed. Okay, Ashley Nicole, let's check it out. Girl mom, America first, equal opportunity offender. Ron Paul was right. We are all Charlie Kirk. Tulsi for president. Huh. Interesting. Okay. From Indiana, USA, definitely not Hawaii. Stand with communities. Stand with Tulsi. Okay, her pinned post is about Tulsi and her husband. And then we got the moon last night. Remember, it was like for every post about Tulsi, at least 2 posts that aren't about Tulsi. Okay, this one is about Tulsi. Sending a subpoena to Fauci. When Democratic politicians oppose the Save America Act but require photo ID. This is the same meme, but a non-Tulsi related thing. Non-Tulsi related thing. The comments, non-Tulsi related. Non-Tulsi related. But yeah, I mean, there's different shit in here. Okay, she's been on a run of non-Tulsi related stuff here, it looks like. I mean, she has posted about Tulsi before that. Here's one. If supporting Tulsi Gabbard makes lunatic leftists think I'm a bot account, I'm going to support Tulsi Gabbard even harder now. Oh my God. And that's after this article came out where the guy's like, I saw this woman, Ashley Nicole, in a list of like, we are fake accounts run by a cult. And she's like, yeah, if the loony left thinks that just because investigative journalism revealed that I'm not who I say I am, that just means that I'm going to support Tulsi Gabbard even harder. It's like, no, they got you dead to rights. You got to delete your account. Make a new one. So funny. Anyway, Tulsi Gabbard. Okay, she broke the rules here a little bit. she had an off day. Yeah, some of her Tulsi posts might be replies for sure. But yeah, she posts a lot. She posts quite a bit. Anyway, but yeah, I looked through all of them and they were all like this. It's interesting to see. It's interesting to have examples of these. I'm sure these accounts will go dark. And Twitter like does not really allow you to catalog things. Twitter is so much is lost on Twitter. It's a great place to run disinformation campaigns. It's a great place to run like Pizzagate style ops because you can just orchestrate a whole bot army and have bots replying to each other and reposting each other and boosting things and getting topics trending. And you can push it out all across social media in a very direct and, effective way. And then when you decide to delete your account, it's so hard for people who are researching this event to figure things out. So I'm surprised this is still up. Like these 3 accounts, I'm sure will all be gone soon because these 3 accounts are linked to directly in that article. But hey, for now, these are a great case study of what this sort of thing looks like. Very interesting. And yeah, it's quite something. I wanted to go over one last thing here. All right, and this is a little, I don't know, this is a little weird, but like, indulge me. This is from, I think this is like about a year ago or so. This is Tulsi Gabbard going on like a right-wing conspiracy podcast. And she really feeds into conspiratorial shit. And yet everything she's saying in here where she's talking about, oh, the elites are all part of an evil cult and they blah, blah, blah. And what they really want is this and they blah, blah, blah. And they just get like, but everything she says can literally be applied to her. So I just want to play this. This is quite incredible. This is quite incredible to see.
What is more sacred than little kids?
Yeah.
Where is this ridiculous agendas? Where do they stem from?
Cool music.
At its core, it comes from people who ultimately want to be God. Whether they realize, there are definitely politicians out there who are just parroting the talking points.
The point about progress is to have the ability to have a vision and a belief and some faith in what can be, unburdened by what has been.
And they're just trying to go along to get along, and they're just trying to keep their job, and they care more about keeping the job than actually speaking the truth. And it's what we talked about. You don't want to be ostracized in Washington. You don't want to be cast out. They see what happens to people like me. They have done for years all that they could to destroy me.
Some Hawaii lawmakers are demanding answers from the TSA.
They want to know why former Hawaii Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard is included on the TSA's suspected terrorist watch list.
They want to be the ultimate master.
At this pivotal moment, I see several priorities for the global agenda. Narrow the gap between the rich and...
Oh man, also, sorry, this isn't really related to the thing, but the subtitles here, this is Klaus Schwab saying, narrow the gap between the rich and the poor. And the guy's like, he said, never lose the gap between the rich. It's like, no, he didn't. He said narrow the gap.
All priorities for the global agenda. Narrow the gap between the rich and...
No, he said narrow. He's got a German accent. Narrow. It's like, never lose? No, I want to lose the gap. Lose it. I do not want the gap. The gap can be gone. Put the gap away.
It's the poor.
The program is called Quiet Skies. Anyway. Federal air marshals following 2 to 3 dozen Americans.
Okay, I'm going to skip through the stuff that isn't Tulsi talking. Okay.
Well, if you have faith in God, that means you are not going to be open to having faith in them or their power or the government.
And that's why they're coming after people like me and you who believe in God. Which God? Sorry, what was that? Oh, I'm getting a call. Like, let me... No, you and me, we both believe in God. That's why they are after us. It's so crazy.
Allegedly, the FBI used an undercover agent to target the clergy and leadership of the U.S. Catholic Church. That is according to a memo cited by House Judiciary Committee Chair Jim Jordan.
And so therefore, they view this as a competition. That they have to compete for our faith and our allegiance and our loyalty. And that if we believe in an authority and higher power that is more powerful than the government, then that takes away what they view as their oxygen.
Wow. How many of these people are there?
So intense. Sean Ryan's a former Operator podcast who was emailed by the guy who blew up his Tesla in front of a Trump hotel. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. So crazy. Like I'm blown away. I was like, because the whole time I was reading this, I was just sort of like, you know, as I was going down this rabbit hole this past like week, I was like, I know there's a fucking interview she did with some fucking pilled right-wing guy where she talks about how there's a cult ruling over us and they really want this. And then when I finally dug it up, I remember seeing this on like the Majority Report. And when I finally dug it up, I was like so amazed at how perfectly everything she says in here tracks to what she literally is. Like she's fear-mongering about a type of person that the right wing basically made up. Like this whole thing about how there's actually fucking occultist, esoteric, you know, believers who are trying to take over the government and they're installing their puppets and all these, like this is a fucking old idea. And it's exciting and, you know, it seems real, but there are so few true examples of this. And yeah, this was like I found this late, like just today, right before the stream basically. And I was like, I'm so glad that we found it. And she's like, there are people who literally want to be God. And it's like, yeah. And she's like, and there's people, they just take the talking points. Anyway, I'm doing this thing now because Goblin Queen's been on me because I pause videos too much and it takes me forever to get through a video. So that was me trying to turn over a new leaf and be like, I'm not going to pause it so much. I'm just going to say my thing and then I'm just going to press play and then I'm going to move the camera around and show you the things I want to say. And now, even now I'm like, but did you guys get it? Did you guys get what I was trying to say there? Like I'm trying to spell it out. Okay, I'll move on. There's one last part of this I want to say, and then we'll move on to part 2 of the Obsidian board, which is the timing of this story coming out and the other big story that I'm going to go over in a second. Which was the Fauci lab leak being confirmed as fact by Tulsi Gabbard and her resigning on the same day that she resigned as DNI, which I believe this was last Saturday this happened. But so this is from the interview with Breaking Points. This is the author of that article. What's his name again? Let's just double check real quick. He's a British dude, John Swain. Or I think that's how you say it. I don't know. John Swain. So here he is. And he is, you know, credit to him. He's an actual journalist. He's not like me, just saying whatever random thing I think is maybe true. This guy has a process of, you know, fact checking and investigating. But this is how he describes like this weird confluence of events.
Sure. So you're right. Like I, in late May, sent her and her representatives a whole load of questions again and said, you know, we're probably going to go ahead with this. We would like your responses. And I gave her till 5 p.m. Friday to respond. And 1 p.m. Friday, it was announced she was resigning. I don't know anything beyond that connection, honestly. She says, you know, it seems like her husband, sadly, was diagnosed with a serious cancer and he's receiving treatment. And that's what she said she was leaving to do to support him. So, you know, the timing may be coincidental. I honestly don't know. In terms of the timing, yeah, it is a tough thing in journalism where you try and get the story out as soon as you can, but it has to be ready. And, you know, to be honest, in March, when I first went to Tulsi Gabbard and to the group and to other people named in the story, they came back with this claim that the memos were not from the guru. And although I felt there was evidence at odds with that, we had to take that seriously because that's what they say. And so I had to spend a lot more time digging into that, seeing whether there was any way that what they were saying was borne out in the evidence.
Anyway, sorry, I'm gonna cut off there. But isn't that interesting? There's a couple interesting things there. You know, like I mentioned before, he's very careful in the article not to say this is definitely from Chris Butler, but there's a lot of it. It's got to be him, okay? Allegedly, okay? Hey, you can't sue me because I said allegedly afterwards. But like, anyway, but even now he's like, so I really wanted to be able to say that it was Chris Butler, but Tulsi said it wasn't, so I have to take that seriously because boo. Why did Trump like Tulsi? I mean, a lot of reasons, probably because, you know, she has a lot of beliefs that are the same thing that Trump believes. In fact, you can see in another thing he talks about in the article is when Trump started to rise, he was like, look at him. He's taking advantage of all the Islamophobia. This is what we should be doing. We left the lane wide open for this idiot to come in where they're like, God, we believe we agree with Trump on so much policy, but he's such a fucking moron. You know, like this is what Chris Butler or whoever it was thought about Trump as he was rising up. And so she did have a lot of things in common with him ideologically. She had people who were like always trying to be like, oh, here's how you like endorse Bernie, endorse Biden, endorse Trump. Like her political shit is so hard to figure out because she does so many things that contradict each other until this article came out, right? So that's another thing where she was probably saying things to Trump to flatter his ego. But I think, like, why did Trump like Tulsi? Like, let's be honest. She's a babe. She looks good. This is the type of person that Trump likes to listen to and like hang out with. This is the type of person who can get a word in edgewise, who Trump will actually take a moment and pretend to actually care about, you know? I mean, I think that's my theory. That's just a theory. A babe theory. I feel gross using the word babe so much. But yeah, what a time to be alive. Now we got to get into the other half of this. It's like just as big, if not bigger. Okay, so this will be the second video when we edit this up. So we learned not only is Culty Gabbard over here, Culty Gabbard, you never seen cults like this. We've learned not only is she in a cult, we also learned, thanks to her, that actually the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the WIV, did leak the coronavirus and start the pandemic in 2019. What? Did you know that? What? Isn't that crazy? So this is the other thing that happened. Tulsi Gabbard was like, yo, check it out. I'm leaving, but on my last day in office, coincidentally, right as this article's coming out that I didn't respond to, blah, 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 blah. But in my last day my last day in office, I am going to drop this bombshell that I've had from looking through all of these documents that I've had access to as the Director of National Intelligence that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt fucking COVID was a lab leak. Now, this is kind of a throwback. It's kind of a throwback. You remember this controversy? The lab leak controversy? So I'm just going to play a little section of this video that you may recall from years gone by, because I feel like with COVID shit, we've all just like, we are all collectively traumatized by COVID. Honestly, like I don't mean that as a fucking exaggeration. I think we all are traumatized by COVID, and we have all, without discussing it openly, at the same time decided never to think about it or talk about it again. That's why there are no fucking movies about COVID. No, there's no fucking articles about COVID. And like during the time that COVID was happening, it all felt so important. It was important, and it still is important. It has fundamentally reshaped our world in many ways. And yet we can never talk about it or acknowledge it. And this COVID was a huge fucking turning point in the mainstreaming of conspiracy theories. And I don't even mean specific conspiracy theories. I mean like distrusting the government enough that you believe in all the types of shit that I love to talk about on the stream. You know, if it wasn't for COVID, QAnon would not be nearly as big. And if QAnon had not become nearly as big, people wouldn't be like fucking, you know, you wouldn't have like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson talking about the Talmudic Jew and shit like that. Like this, COVID truly fried our brains. So I want to just take us down a stroll down memory lane here to a moment in time when Jon Stewart went on the Colbert Report, and I think in just a couple minutes sort of sums up the whole dynamic with the lab leak. Yes. Okay, fucking Spinal Catastrophist. Eddington, it's true, I can't watch Eddington with so many friends because it's during COVID year one. This is the thing, like, Eddington is so good. It's by far the best piece of art I've seen that is just directly about COVID. And that isn't really saying much because there hasn't really been much. But that movie is so incredible. And it just sums up the exact thing I'm talking about. Well, it sums up a lot of things. But one of the main things is it sums up the way that during COVID, we all went in our own separate online echo chambers, and it made communication between people who were submerged in different echo chambers? Impossible. People could not understand each other. And it's so true. And this is an example of that sort of thing happening. So anyway, okay, I want to play this. Jon Stewart, he's on Colbert Report, and he starts talking about the theory that COVID leaked from a lab in Wuhan, China.
Novel respiratory coronavirus overtaking Wuhan, China. What do we do? Oh, you know who we could ask? The Wuhan Novel Respiratory Coronavirus Lab. The disease is the same name as the lab. That's just a little too weird, don't you think? And then they ask the scientists, they're like, how did this, so wait a minute, you work at the Wuhan Respiratory Coronavirus Lab. How did this happen? And they're like, a pangolin kissed a turtle. And you're like, no, the name of your lab. If you look at the name, let me see your business card. Show me your business card. Oh, I work at the coronavirus lab in Wuhan. Oh, because there's a coronavirus loose in Wuhan. How did that happen? Maybe a bat flew into the cloaca of a turkey and then it sneezed into my chili and now we all have coronavirus. Like, come on.
Wait a second.
What about this? Listen to this.
Wait a second.
All right.
John.
Oh my God. There's been an outbreak of chocolatey goodness near Hershey, Pennsylvania. What do you think happened? Like, oh, I don't know. Maybe a steam shovel mated with a cocoa bean. Or it's the chocolate factory. Maybe that's it.
That could.
All right, now I'm just going to pause it there. That is a pretty good summary, in a funny, comedic way, of how a lot of people felt when they learned that, okay, we all know that virus started in Wuhan, China, but then, Wuhan, China had a virology institute that was researching novel coronaviruses. He gets a little bit, technically the part's wrong where he says, the disease is the same name as the lab. The lab's called Wuhan Institute of Virology, I think. At least that's the English translation. I don't know, maybe it's there, but like, this was how a lot of people felt, and so I felt like he sort of made the case in like a funny way here for there being a thing. And I also want to play Colbert gets a good line in towards the end where he gives like the opposing argument. So I'll just play that real quick.
Do what I'm saying.
John, I'll tell you what I'm suspicious of. I'll tell you what I'm suspicious of. I'm suspicious of the Daytona Beach Spring Break Herpes Lab. That might be where all the herpes comes from.
I've been to that lab.
Oh, I know. We have to take a brief break,
all right.
John.
Okay. So I feel like that kind of sums it up. Yes, Darkling. Great point here. It is definitely a societal trauma. What's wild is in the U.S., over 1 million of Americans died, and it's still no one talks about them. No memorial, no holiday, no nothing. Isn't that nuts? 1 million, and the U.S. I'm sorry. Hey, nothing against Americans, but your country's fucking you guys handled it so badly in every way. I think that one of the best things that Canada did. Canada also didn't handle it great. I wouldn't say, but one of the best things that we did as a country was CERB, which is where, hey, if you can't work, if you're out of a job because of COVID, if you can prove that you had a type of job that you can't do anymore, blah 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 blah, we will send you $2,000 a month just to stay home. Okay, flatten the curve, all that shit, and that was so smart. Of course, I mean, it fucking was amazing for me. It changed my life. Basically made me, because I was just doing stand-up comedy and musical theater acting. I couldn't do anything until after COVID hit, right? And I was doing some other things where I had to go out and be in public. COVID happened. I couldn't do any of that shit. And I was like, I'd like money. And they're like, here you go, $2,000 a month for 8 months in a row. And just the fact that they did that was not only just very, very helpful, it also, I think, convinced us, oh shit, this is a big deal. The government doesn't usually do nice things for us like that. This is huge. This is going to be huge. And it caused a lot of, I mean, a lot of people here, don't get me wrong, like we had the fucking trucker convoy and shit, but a lot of people here, I think more so in the US, were able to be like, okay, yeah, this is something to take seriously. US didn't do any of that shit. They're like, yeah, oh yeah, you know, Trump was like, it'll be gone, it'll be like a dream, it'll be gone by April, you don't even have to worry about it. Elon Musk was like, open the fucking free the Texas, free whatever. Oh, you're making me stop my fucking Tesla production. What the fuck? Like there's all this fucking, there's no, you guys had to fucking fight tooth and nail to get your fucking checks from Biden. Didn't even give you guys a full check. Like, fuck that. Fuck your like evil ass, like elite powered, elite serving government and like all of its delusional, psychotic, murderous ways. Fuck that. Fuck the American government. Like everybody in that government should be ashamed of themselves for how they allowed things to go down during COVID. 100%. You're not paying people to stay home. How the fuck are they supposed to? They'll die. People need money. They can't just stop working. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I have a lot of pent up rage about COVID that I don't usually talk about. So I'll try to stay on topic here because I got a lot to discuss. Now, okay. I want to open up to you guys a little bit because I know that it's sort of like cheesy. Like there's a lot of people who'll be like, oh, the lab leak, you weren't even allowed to talk about it because the woke left will be like, oh, you can't talk about that. Oh, the lab leak's not real. Hey, that's mean. Don't say that. You know, and it's corny and like it annoys me and other people when people talk about that. But I will say I was in a lot of leftist communities, particularly during COVID, particularly during like this part of COVID. I was in a lot of online left spaces. I was already a couple years at least into making Chill Goblin content and working on other kind of BreadTube projects. And I liked this video and I sort of felt like Jon Stewart felt, where I was like, that seems crazy that just so happened to have this lab in Wuhan where it broke out. Like, can we look more into that, please? And I was agnostic on it, and that was the word I used at the time. I was like, I'm not saying I know for sure that this is a lab leak, but I think it's worth looking into. It definitely seems like it could be something. And it legitimately was. I was really viciously attacked, and I'm not gonna. This isn't my why I left the left movement, but like, or moment. But I do remember how intense people got about this exact subject, and I want to say, if you were one of the people who was curious about the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the gain of function research that was being done there, and whether that had anything to do with it, and why the first known case of COVID infection appears to be someone who was not at all affiliated with the wet market, who actually worked for the lab. Like, what's going on with that? I think that that's totally valid, and I'm not going to fucking say that you're a bad person or whatever. And I'm just glad that we're not living in that fucking very intense Eddington world, because it was actually bad. And I have felt myself, and this is like a little moment of self-reflection here, ever since then. Oh yeah, you and Seth Harp. I remember reading Seth Harp's book, Fort Bragg Cartel, because I got it right as it came out. I had like whatever first edition of it, and I was like reading it, and there's a part in it where he mentions COVID briefly, and he's just like, at that point, COVID had just leaked from a Wuhan like virology lab and infected blah, blah, blah. And he just says it in the middle of this like amazingly researched and like sourced book. He just says it. He just throws in the fucking lab leak theory as though it's 100% proven fact. And then he dialed it back later and was like, guys, I honestly didn't know. I thought it was proven. I'm sorry. I'm taking it out. So it's not in future editions of the book, but I was like, what the fuck? And I remember I called up We're in Hell, my friend Sam, and I was like, did you see have you read this book yet where it talks about this? He actually, and I read the passage to him. But anyway, like, so, but like it was nuts, because I got like actual hate, and I'm not still salty about it or anything, but I have noticed myself over the years, as more investigations into this lab leak have come up, I always look into it. Like every time, oh, there's new lab leak evidence, there's new blah, blah, blah. I always look into it, and I'm always like, oh shit, that's really Like I can feel myself hoping that it is proven right. Because I would love to have that feeling where I'm like, I knew it, you know, and all those loony lefty woke whatever soy blah blah blah, like those soy boys, those cucks, they were wrong and they made me feel bad and they blah blah blah. And so I followed this story pretty closely, and even when Tulsi Gabbard last Saturday released this press release on the DNI website on the same day that she resigned her position, on the same day that was her deadline to get back to the writer of the article that showed she was a puppet of a fucking homophobic cult. That same day she released this, and the title of the report, Fauci funded Wuhan lab research that sparked COVID. That is not mincing words. That is directly saying, yes, COVID is from a lab leak. It's leaked out. And I want to say to you guys, listen, I know I seem like this crazy woke, whatever, anti-imperialist type of guy. I am happy to admit when people I generally disagree with are right about something. And even when I was researching this and going into these files that she has released, I felt myself doing the same thing, where I was like, I hope this is right. I hope this is really good. And so that is the lens I had going into it. And I tried to stay objective here. So let's, anyway, sorry, this is way too long of a preamble. I'm just realizing. Let's get into it. But I wanted you to, like, full disclosure here, I wanted you guys to know how I am approaching this. All right. And I hope that's okay. Oh God. Every so often I look up Colbert's cringe vax songs. It's a nice reminder of how ridiculous everything was. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, the way that conservatives were like, Anthony Fauci is a monster from hell was nuts. Like that was fucking crazy. But also it was cringe. All the libs were like, Fauci is a hero. He's the best guy ever. He's my favorite of the all. And it's just like, no, he's a fucking government employee. Like, let's fucking take a break here. Like, let's not fucking demonize him or, I don't know, angelize him. It's even beyond that. It's like deify him. Anyway, so Tulsi, she posts on Twitter, June 19th. Yesterday was my final day as Director of National Intelligence. Okay, so I guess it was June 18th this happened. I declassified and released never-before-seen documents exposing the truth about Fauci, directing millions of U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab, worked with the intelligence community to suppress the truth about his actions and hide the virus's lab leak origins, and lied to Congress while under oath in 2024. It's time you knew the truth. Go to ODN Office of the Director of National Intelligence.gov to savor yourself. And she posted this video. Let's check out the video. The Fauci files. Tulsi says and I'm watching it on YouTube from the Daily Wire YouTube account, which uploaded the video in full. I don't know if if they had a deal with her or something, or if they just like re-uploaded it, but it's just easier to play than on the Twitter player. So I'm just going to play it off that.
Before the COVID
Wait, I don't want to play the whole thing. I only want to play a little bit. Let's play a little bit. Let's play a little bit here.
pandemic, Dr. Fauci, as head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases,
Fauci exposed. Oh, I'm doing the thing.
Provided millions in U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, work which is now widely viewed as the source of the unintentional lab leak that sparked the pandemic. Now, in support of President Trump's maximum transparency mandate, today, on my final day as Director of National Intelligence...
Okay, I am going to skip ahead here. But that's how she started it. Okay, so she breaks it down. She's like, there's three things. There's three things I want to accuse Fauci of.
With intelligence officials about viral research. We also received testimony from multiple intelligence community whistleblowers who reported retaliation for challenging the intelligence community's manipulation of intelligence on the virus's origins. Once again, revealing a clear pattern of suppressing dissent, silencing critics, and burying the truth. Dr. Fauci's close relationships with the intelligence community enabled him to assume three key roles that shield him.
Okay, so this is what I want to focus on. She's like, here are the three accusations I'm leveling at Fauci.
From scrutiny. First, Dr. Fauci funded dangerous gain-of-function coronavirus research linked to Big Pharma and their pursuit of universal vaccines worth trillions of dollars.
And this part is like verbatim from the press release here, so I'll just...
Second, Dr. Fauci was the behind-the-scenes advisor who, alongside his hand-picked so-called experts, pushed the intelligence community to endorse a natural animal origin to hide his dangerous gain-of-function research that he funded using taxpayer dollars, all of this in a deliberate attempt to cover up the truth and shift the blame and attention away from Fauci's own actions. Third, Dr. Fauci became the nation's pandemic pundit, and he publicly pushed lies, disinformation, and censorship using every platform available. Now, according to hundreds of reviewed emails, which...
Steuben says, her evidence isn't material, otherwise he'd be prosecuted. Now, I will point out that she did accuse him of lying in front of Congress. And in fact, I actually screenshotted this from Twitter. Somebody wrote, why didn't you create a path to prosecute him? You waited. Why? Tulsi Gabbard says, he lied to Congress in 2024. There is a path. So she is hoping, or at least she's saying, that there is a possibility he'll be prosecuted over this. This is like serious stuff she's saying here. The COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, and yeah, there's another part I could play too. 4:45. So anyway, just to recap, guys, we got 3 things here. Actually, so yeah, here's the screenshot from her thing, but I've got the things over here. We've got Fauci funded risky coronavirus research linked to Big Pharma, the pursuit of universal vaccines worth trillions of dollars. So it's like, there's a lot of things kind of in that one accusation, but it's like, to me, I'm like, holy shit, you're saying that he was specifically doing this to make money for like Big Pharma and shit, and funding gain of function research. Gain of function research, if you don't know, if you don't quite remember from, this time that we've all suppressed in our brains, that's the research you do on a virus where you make it more dangerous, more, transmittable in the lab to be like, what'll happen if this thing becomes more deadly? Or give it more function, gain of function. What would happen if we did that? And then doing that will help. Like I guess the argument for that, doing that is that actually does help during a pandemic. It helps scientists know how to deal with it. I don't really understand how it works, but that's what gain of function is. Second point, cover up. He was behind the scenes. He was the behind the scenes advisor who secretly in the shadows was handpicking experts and forcing them through in order to get the IC, which is intelligence community, to endorse a natural human zoonotic origin to hide his dangerous gain of function research. So he was like trying to cover up the research that the lab was doing. And then thirdly, he became the nation's pandemic pundit and publicly pushed lies, disinformation, and censorship. That's number 3. And the other one that I'm going to talk about is just the title of the fucking thing itself. Basically, like, this is such an inflammatory title because the research that, like, Fauci funded Wuhan lab. Yeah. I mean, I knew that he did that already. That is proven. But the research sparked COVID. That's the other claim I'm taking from it, that she doesn't really make in the body of her press release or in the video. But to me, that is the strongest claim. Like, strongest as in the most inflammatory claim. You know what I'm trying to say? Steuben's. Okay. Yeah, all right. Function doesn't mean deadly. More infections occur if things are less immediately deadly. They outcompete the guys that dropped out immediately. Yeah. So that's what I was kind of struggling with as I was phrasing that. So yeah, although I know that there was a particular argument that a lot of lab leak guys were making, that actually it looks like, SARS-CoV-2, the COVID, is very similar to this other disease that was that found in Laos or something, and it was, except for it was like even more deadly and it was killing a lot of people. And then I remember scientists sort of debunking that or refuting that and saying, well, if it was that, then that wouldn't be gain of function, that would be loss of function research. So I'm not totally sure. Like there's a lot of things that to the layman like myself that have to do with virology sound crazy. Like, for example, vaccines, they literally are they take the disease, at least, I don't know, maybe not mRNA vaccine or whatever. I don't know. God, I'm certainly not an expert on this, but some vaccines anyway, they are like a version of the disease. They've taken out the deadly parts but they give it to you so that you get the immunities, right? Immunity to it. Like, if somebody just tells you, oh, this vaccine is the disease, I'm going to give you fucking whatever. I think the average, normal common sense reaction would be like, wait, what? I don't want the disease. But there's more to it than that. There's actual reasons for it. And with gain of function, I don't know. To me, it does seem dangerous. But what do I know? I went to fucking film school. I don't know shit about this. But I will admit, that is also my reaction to learning about gain of function. I'm like, do we got to do that? So anyway, all right. We've got so I think I've laid out my introduction and we can kind of get into the notes here. I want to shout out this article. So helpful from Lawfare by Renee DeResta, who I checked out on Twitter and I'd never heard of her before. She seems really cool. Let me go here. I wanted to go through. Well, first let me show you guys this. I wanted to go through the files and I wanted to see like, okay, what's in here? Like, honestly, like I want to know, like, is there shit in here that proves lab leak or at least is like an interesting argument for the lab leak? Like, what do we got? Well, the first thing, there's 4 different PDF documents, very similar to the Epstein files. It's all separate PDFs. It's 67 different, items, we'll call it, across 391 pages. This table of contents is almost completely useless. Like, I don't know. Oh, okay. CHD press release. Okay, like Fauci readout. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, why even give this to me? Like, it's not helpful. I don't know what I'm looking for. It would take you like weeks to go through all of it. It's all out of order. It's all PDF. It's not like arranged in a way where it's clear who's talking to who. Some of the shit has absolutely nothing to do with Fauci. It's not in order. It's stuff from 2015 to 2026, and it's all scrambled up. They're not making it easy for you. So like right off the bat, like there's no guide as to how to navigate it. There's no commentary. All we got from Tulsi was this tweet, this, press release, which is basically the shit she says in the video. She makes a lot of claims in here and then says the files prove it, but it's unclear exactly what she means, what files, how. So I wanted to look into people who had actually studied it and actually gone through it. And I really wanted to look at people from both sides of the aisle. I wanted to look at some people who were anti-lab leak conspiracy theory, people who were pro-lab leak conspiracy theory. And here's what I found, all right? I found this article from Renee DeResta, and I found a couple other ones from people who are saying that, no, they don't prove what she says they prove. And I did not find anything from people who did believe in the lab leak where they actually went through the files and showed you how all of these claims are now backed up through the evidence. I didn't find anything like that. In fact, this was actually the closest one I found. It's just this meme from Reddit where it's like, it's so small, like I can barely even read it, but it's a screenshot from the video, a scary looking photo of Fauci, and then this screenshot of one of the pages in the document where it's just them looking into the lab leak hypothesis, the people in the government. Conditions present for laboratory modification and release of human-adopted coronavirus in Wuhan in late 2019. We assess all the necessary conditions for an accidental release of a laboratory-modified coronavirus. So this is like, they are looking into it. What does this prove? It proves that Fauci et al., of the people who were working for the government and trying to figure out shit about COVID, this proves that at one point in time, they were taking this seriously and they were looking into it. This is not proof to me of that Wuhan lab research sparked COVID. And I found that very frustrating. I find that very frustrating. Do we know what Chris Butler's position on COVID is? Great question. I don't think we do. I don't think we have, at least not that I've seen. I don't think we have much of their correspondence from after 2020. Do we? When was she? Oh, let me just double check on this real quick. I think he says here. From her SIF days. Oh, does it say when she was in the Science of Information or Identity Foundation? She worked for Butler as a secretary in the 1990s, lived for a time. Doesn't say. But as far as I know, like most of this stuff is like 2016, whatever, January 2015, 2014, 2016. Like, I don't think there's anything in the article that is post 2020 at all, unfortunately, because that would be so fascinating to know, right? But I think we can assume what's Chris Butler's thoughts on. Well, I mean, I think also the lab leak is just a very smart, because a lot of people are very upset about the lab leak, and it's a smart political move to align yourself with that, whether you believe in it or not. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. You can use it as like a populist tool to get people to support you, because a lot of people are furious about it. Whether or not you believe in it, you can use it as a political whatever tool. And I think that's probably what Tulsi's doing. I don't know what she believes. I don't think she really believes anything. Anyway, maybe I'm being overly harsh, but all right, let's get into this. And so I've used this article a lot. Because this person actually did go through and like do citations, and I checked all the citations. Like, she'll be like, oh, it's in this part, page, whatever. And so I looked through citations. I also read a lot of it myself, but I had to give her a shout out because she's the only person I've seen who's done the real work on this. All right, let's get into this. So first of all, okay, the thing that I thought was the craziest claim here was that Fauci did all this gain of function shit, in order to, sorry, this isn't the biggest claim, but this of the things she's saying in this first claim here, the fact that this was all in the pursuit of universal vaccines worth trillions of dollars. This is all a money-making scheme. I thought that was most interesting because yes, it's true he funded a lab that was conducting gain of function research. Everybody knows that. That is not in question at all. But I looked up universal. The word universal shows up one time in all of the documents. It's also so annoying because it's in a bunch of different docs. So anytime I wanted to do this, I'd have to search for a word in every one of the files, and it just made everything take 4 times longer. But the only part that says universal is Republicans on his support for Congress to ban assault weapons and for universal background checks during the hearing. It's like, oh, so it has nothing to do with that. Like, there's nothing in the files about universal vaccines or like making money off of vaccines. There's nothing about that. There's no connection with big pharma. There's a connection to a non-governmental organization that you may have heard of called EcoHealth Alliance. This is the organization that Peter Daszak was a part of, who you may remember, this dude here, British guy who basically, aside from Fauci, he's like public enemy number 2 for people who got their brains warped by COVID, where they think that he was like one of the evil guys. But what did they find? I mean, they found a lot of them. They found the actual whatever. Oh, and one more thing. I thought that I had put this in. Oh, this is annoying. I got all mixed around here. I thought I had put this in. Oh, yeah. Like this is an example of one of the. Sorry, I'm going a little bit all over the place, but I'll try to make this concise. You know how I mentioned that there's nothing. I couldn't find any articles from pro lab leakers where they were. Let's just call them lab leakers, where they were talking about specific examples from the files that prove what they believe. I found this Fox News article where they're like, oh, Tulsi Gabbard spotlights Fauci, COVID origin questions, and final act as intelligence chief. In this article, it actually says much of the material is familiar. Like, we've already had, it's like the Epstein files, like part 1. We already had this shit. Like, most of the shit we already had. So I don't want it to even seem like this is new information. But included in these files that we got here is the grant report from the Wuhan Virology Institute of them getting funding for understanding the risk of bat coronavirus emergence. This is in May 31st. Oh, sorry. This is actually project grant period. It goes from June, I guess, 1st, 2014 to May 31st, 2019. Peter Daszak, right there, I think that's how you say his name, is the program director. The recipient organizations, the Eco Health Alliance, that's these guys. What are the outcomes of this reward? The aims are to analyze the risk there could be a repeat of the SARS outbreak due to bat coronaviruses still circulating in China. Number 2, work out how we can predict which bat viruses will be the most likely to emerge. Using lab tests, find out if any of the coronaviruses still present in bat populations in China have the potential to infect people. And we found out the exact dollar amount of the awards budget for this particular time period, $201,422. Country, China. Great. Okay, that's information, I guess. But again, like, we already knew this. Like, this is not... It's, okay, cool to see the actual sheet that got filled out, but what does this prove? Like, he funded gain-of-function research. He funded risky coronavirus research linked to big pharma and the pursuit of universal vaccines worth trillions of dollars. First of all, like, risky, is gain-of-function research risky? There's one known case of a lab leak causing a outbreak of a virus. One known case in history. Many conspiracy theories about it. Many times when a virus leaks anywhere, people assume it's a lab leak or something like that. But there's been one proven case of it. But, like, anyway. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought there. But yeah. Anyway, here's them. But there's a lot of emails of them talking about the lab leak and how people believe in it. And, like, you know, oh, FYI, there's a new Daszak video going around. Just saw this video online. We don't know who sent this and we don't know who they sent it to, but it's somebody in the fucking intelligence community. It's from a 2016 New York Academy of Medicine meeting where Daszak talks about his colleagues in China manipulating the spike protein on coronavirus to make them more virulent. Sorry, I can't glide the video over. I have a contact in OSE, but we don't have access to a common shared drive location to drop the video. You have to read. Anyway, I don't need to read all that. But like, this is them being like the way it's called. There's a new fucking Daszak video. Like, it seems like they're a little pissed. It's in 2021. They're like, fuck, there's another Daszak. Daszak keeps saying shit that makes us look bad. But here's the video. It's still up on Rumble. Fauci-funded Daszak describes colleagues in China manipulating viruses.
Well, as an example,
manipulating viruses into killers. So let's hear.
As an example, first of all, we're only looking at viral families that include those that have gone into people from animals. So we narrow it down straight away. Then when you get a sequence of a virus and it looks like a relative of a known nasty pathogen, just like we did with SARS, we found other coronaviruses in bats, a whole host of them. Some of them looked very similar to SARS. So we sequenced the spike protein, the protein that attaches to cells. Then I didn't do this work, but my colleagues in China did the work. You create pseudoparticles, you insert the spike proteins from those viruses, see if they bind to human cells. And each step of this, you move closer and closer to this virus could really become pathogenic in people. So you narrow down the field, you reduce the cost, and you end up with a small number of viruses that really do look like killers. Then you look in people and you say, in the people that live in the region where this animal lives, that are exposed to that virus, do we see antibodies specific?
And that is oh God, no, I don't want, stop, no. Okay, the next video is going to play. You never want to trust fucking Rumble autoplay. I had to stop that. But anyway, what was he talking about? Oh, yeah. So he describes gain-of-function research. You're using the spike proteins, whatever, the way it attaches to cells. I don't know. A lot of terms there. You've heard all your fucking Brett Weinstein types throw around. But yeah, this was a thing that he said that the government, like, what I can say that the Tulsi Gabbard files have proved is that the government knew that this was a conspiracy theory and was like keeping tabs on it and being like, fuck, there's another thing. We should deal with this. But none of it is real to me. None of it proves the claim that either, they were doing this because it was linked to whatever big pharma. They were doing it to create universal vaccines worth trillions of dollars, or even none of it proves even that gain of function research is risky. Literally, not even that is proven. So the first one, like, I'm gonna give this, like, yes, I think one of the defenses was, no, we were not funding the lab to do this. We were trying to fund the lab to sorry, I'm like working on my Fauci accent here. We were trying to fund the lab so it could do its own thing. We were trying to get it to. We weren't funding the gain of function research. We were funding the other shit. And it's like, well, you were giving them money. You were giving them like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they were doing gain of function research. So, like, what are you going to be like? No, we want to do it. Look, you can look at their fucking bookkeeping, and it specifically says they use that money forever. It's like, well, you were putting money into them, and they were doing this thing. I don't think it's ridiculous to say that you are funding gain of function research, but, like, let's just say, like, that part is true. The fucking square of information here that we've got. Yeah, that's true. He did fund gain of function research, but was the research linked to big pharma? Was it in the pursuit of universal vaccines worth trillions of dollars? Absolutely nothing in the documents proves that. Okay, so I'll give this one like a fucking, I don't know. What's a fair out of 10 score? Let's say 3 out of 10. And I do feel like that's generous. And also risky. I'm not totally convinced that gain of function is even risky. But that's the first one. Okay, number 2, cover up. Fauci was the behind-the-scenes advisor who, with his hand-picked experts, pushed the IC to endorse a natural animal origin to hide his dangerous research. Okay, so we do have people in the files. We don't know who they are, but we know that there were some scientists emailing back and forth, and at some points they seemed to consider that the lab leak was a possibility, and even some of them were saying, "I think it's likely." Like this one, to be honest, I cannot imagine the Chinese not doing this type of research, but an escaped P3, P4 LAI would be extraordinary. Some Redacted is on the fence with this and maybe leaning towards the gain of function explanation, but as an actual trained coronavirus virologist, he would be the first person I'd ask, and I have. If he goes all in on the gain of function assessment, I'd bring blank II. I don't know what that is, 2? I think the intelligence community needs to be very thorough with this analysis. So, yeah, that there were people talking about this. People seem to be considering it. And early in the pandemic, nobody knew what was going on. And I don't see this as damning. I see it as good to know that the government was actually looking into this. Like, there were people, it's just wrong to say, oh, nobody was looking into this. His hand-picked experts were only pursuing the national animal origin. The documents themselves prove they were looking into it. They did consider it as a possibility. Some of them were, at some points, at least, were saying, I think it's likely. Right? Like that, to me, that doesn't make Fauci look bad. And now here's a thing. So here's where I think there's maybe something to this handpicked experts thing. So this was a meeting on June 4th. I think that's 2020. Fuck. I should have written down the year. But it's early in the pandemic. Let's say 2020. So this is very early. Blah, 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 blah. They met with Anthony Fauci. I should have written down some of this shit. These acronyms. WCPMC. What does that stand for? It's the Weapons and Counterproliferation Mission Center. Believe it or not, that is a part of the CIA. So CIA met with the director of National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, Anthony Fauci, to present our analysis on the COVID origins topic as well as our approach to the intelligence question. He was very interested in the Wuhan Institute of Virology's work on pangolins. So here he is. He's like trying to figure out what they've been doing with pangolins and asked for specifics on the type of experiments the Chinese were conducting on pangolin samples in the fall of 2019. He keyed in on specifics about Redacted. He did not appear to be aware of Redacted. He highlighted the importance of getting samples from the individuals at Wuhan Institute of Virology who were ill in the fall of 2019. And that's really important. In the fall of 2019, there were people from the lab that got sick, and he was like, we got to get samples from them. They got sick, not necessarily with coronavirus, but they got sick. He encouraged the intelligence community to examine, redacted. He wondered aloud whether the USG had formally made this request, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to skip ahead. So this is all that, like, Fauci actually talking about things that people who believe in the lab leak conspiracy should be like, oh, he was looking into it. Oh, good. To me, that's what it looks like to me. He encouraged the CIA to contact blank. So I'm assuming this redacted part is a list of people. He encouraged them to contact these people about something. We don't know what. It's all redacted. And then it goes on, a finding that we are currently evaluating. He also directed the CIA to, redacted, and I think this might be another list of people. Dr. Fauci also suggested the IC connect with, redacted, and that one is a list of 3 people, all 3 of whom have advocated for features of the virus that they judge to be consistent with a natural origin. Okay, so that last sentence there, he suggested the IC connect with 3 people who were they all seems to think that the virus was zoonotic, as in not a lab leak. It was a natural origin. He goes on, he was worried about Beijing's quick and thorough cleaning of the Huanan seafood market. Beijing, he noted, may have made a serious epidemiological misstep that could have destroyed key clues as to how the pandemic began. Anyway, so it does seem maybe like he's leaning towards the zoonotic thing at this point, or at least he's suggesting that they connect with people. But it also seems to me, and it's hard to tell because a lot of it's redacted, it also seems to me that he is taking the lab leak theory, like the lab leak hypothesis, seriously here and being like, it's possible. We need to get this information. We need to get this data. But like, yes. So this does line up with what Tulsi claims, that he pushed he had hand-picked experts, and this was him as a behind-the-scenes advisor to the intelligence community, and his hand-picked experts, he pushed the IC to endorse a natural animal origin to hide his dangerous research. I don't think that this proves that, but I can see how this sort of lines up with what she's saying. Does that make sense? Now, okay, so he gives them 3 hand-picked experts that are on the natural origin hypothesis. But then the fucking files that Tulsi put out also includes people in the intelligence community, in the CIA and wherever, saying, all right, setting aside the process for contacting redacted individuals. This is all redacted. Oh, this is sorry. You know what? This is 2021. So maybe this was 2021 that this happened. That makes a little bit more sense. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Setting aside the process, blah, 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 blah. Wait, do I need to read this one? Yeah, I think the first question is whether the national... Wait, what's NIC? Oh, I think that's National Intelligence Community wants to make the effort after it weighs whether to take a policymaker's recommendations. And that's talking about Fauci. A policymaker... Oh, wait, no. Is he a policymaker? I guess not. But anyway, we need to weigh whether or not we take a policymaker's recommendations on who we should consult as part of an intelligence community study, particularly given the various strong views on the subject and statements regarding their own conclusions. So it seems like they're like, should we trust this Fauci guy? I mean, maybe not even trust him. They're like, it seems like they're like, maybe like people would consider this weird if we just take all the people that he's recommending to us. That's how I'm reading that. Maybe I'm reading into that, but this one is a lot clearer. So they're going over the subject of this email is possible reviewers for COVID origins assessment. And the body of the email says, I think Clapper, who's a former CIA guy, is probably too politically hot. Not Fauci. In addition to being a customer of the Wuhan Institute of Virology, he'll be seen by many as having a conflict of interest. I could live without formers, but other possibilities might be people like blank, blank, blank. Anyway, so it seems like he's like not Fauci and not the people that Fauci's recommending. So like, yeah, like this is from the files that Tulsi put out. And what I'm seeing is Fauci kind of seems like he's being pretty much like what you would expect him to be. Like he's offering help to the whatever CIA. They're looking into this. He's asking questions. He wants to know about shit. he's investigating the lab leak hypothesis, but it does seem maybe like he is leaning towards it. And maybe that is because he has his own biases and he's like, fuck, I hope it's not the fucking lab leak hypothesis because I am implicated in that because I have been funding the whatever. Like yeah, maybe legitimately he was even unintentionally, maybe even subconsciously, or maybe even just a little bit, he was trying to push them in the direction of this. But it doesn't seem like they even took his advice. It doesn't seem like they actually took his fucking recommendations. And then this, I probably could have looked up who exactly this was, but this is an email from one of the people in the fucking, what's it called? National Center for, what is it again? What the fuck was the thing that, National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases? No, wait, no, that's not right. What's the NCPC? What's that? NCPC. God. So many fucking, no, that's NCPC, COVID, Fauci, what? NCPC? I can't even find it. What am I looking for here? Oh, geez. All right. Well, somebody who was working with Fauci, I'm not exactly sure, but this person's giving an update to them, like having to testify in front of Congress and how annoying everyone was. Particularly this one dude, Representative Wenstrup, this Republican representative, this person was going there to talk about COVID and talk about the research into its origins, and was just getting hammered by this guy, Wenstrup, and other, politicians were just like attacking them. They were kept whatever, talking about statements Fauci made on the general idea of gain of function research back in 2012, blah, 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 blah. After quite a while of talking, he finally started to ask questions. They mostly centered on the names of the experts the intelligence community reached out to on COVID origins. I told him that I was unable to reveal the names of the experts we reached out to, which is also exactly what I told the staffers during the pre-briefing we did on Tuesday. He was, to put it mildly, not happy with my answer. In fact, he seemed pretty outraged. After that, it was more of the same. Every single minority member who asked questions spent the first 2-3 minutes of their allotted 5 minutes this is the Republicans, expressing outrage and disdain over my behavior. One, not sure who, because this was all a blur, even said, "Shame on you." At one point, I remember so it's just like them being like, "Who was it? Who were the experts that you consulted on this?" And she's like, I don't know why I'm assuming this is her. I forget if there's anything I saw in here, but whatever. They say, they were like, "I can't tell you. I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to tell you because you would demonize them and then you would cause all these like experts to be attacked by people who aren't happy with the outcome. So this is a policy. I can't tell you." And then the entire fucking whatever thing was just them repeatedly asking her, who did you consult? Did you consult this person? Did you consult this person? And then she'd be like, again, why did he say she? I really am picturing like a woman for some reason. Okay. They would just say, "I can't tell you. You want to ask me again?" And I'll tell you the same answer. Sounds really frustrating. But at one point, a member turned his time back to Rep. Wenstrup. Now this is interesting. Sorry, wait. A member turned his time back to Rep. Wenstrup, who went through a long list of names of experts and asked me if anyone in the IC intelligence community had consulted with them. Apparently because he wanted me to be on record each time saying, "I am not going to comment on that." I repeatedly tried to explain IC policy is not to reveal, blah, 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 blah. Okay, sorry. But this... Oh, there's one particular part I wanted to read, but it doesn't... Oh, man, did I not get the fucking part? No. Wait, I think it is in here. I wish I could control F, but this is a screenshot. No, I think I forgot. I think I forgot to highlight the part that I actually wanted. Sorry. Okay, no, this is worth it. So I'm going to quickly try to find it in the actual documents. Oh, God. It might take me a second. Hang on now. One sec. Okay. All right. sorry, gang. Hang on. Talk amongst yourselves. This will just take me a second. Oh God. There we go. Okay. All right. Yes. All right. So hang on. So here, I'll show you guys kind of how what it's like to like look through these things. I believe this is on the part I'm looking for. Is on page 94. Okay, so I'm loading up the fucking PDF. It's like a massive PDF. This is one of the 4 different PDFs that they released. It's 97 pages long. And yeah, we got to go to page 94. Okay, so here we go. This is the email that I was just looking for. Readout of contentious HPSCI COVID origins briefing, September 23rd, 2021. Yeah. Okay, here it is. I found it. With regard to the minority members' questions on experts, I think this was a setup. They were looking for a reason to distance themselves from an updated assessment. That was the issue they chose. Again, they knew we were not going to name the experts because this came up at the pre-brief on Tuesday. At no time during the call did any of the minority staffers indicate this was going to be a problem. And then, okay, here's the part I had to kind of waste everyone's time so I could look up. Here it is. It's actually kind of laughable because every expert they named was consulted by the IC. There you go. That's an actual revelation. That every single one of the experts that these like deranged Republicans were like, did you consult him? I'm not allowed to comment. Okay, well, did you consult him? I'm not allowed to comment. Okay, well, did you consult him? I'm not going to say that because that's against policy. Like every single one they named, they did reach out to. So this little sentence here, it's actually kind of laughable because every expert they named was consulted by the intelligence community. There you go. So it looks like maybe Fauci was trying to push the intelligence community in a certain direction. It certainly appears as though they didn't listen. It seems to me pretty transparently the case from, again, the documents that Tulsi included in her own thing that this is not true. His hand-picked experts pushed the IC to endorse a natural animal origin. They looked up even the freaks that like the Republicans were looking for. They even in that letter, she's like, I don't even want to call them experts, but that's what they were calling them. There it is. All right. Now here's the next part here. Lies, disinformation, and censorship. Excuse me. Fauci became the nation's pandemic pundit. I don't know why pundit is in quotes. He became if you'll excuse the turn of phrase, pundit. It's like, no, pundit is a word. Like, what do you mean? Why is it in quotes? Did somebody say that? Like, what the fuck? Fauci became the nation's pandemic pundit and publicly pushed lies, disinformation, and censorship. Now, okay, I gotta say, even before looking through the shit, I don't fully disagree with this at all. I mean, listen, I don't personally think that like Anthony Fauci is like some evil cackling fucking guy. My read on him is he was a dude in a prominent position that is normally not really expected to do too much. And then COVID, I mean, well, I shouldn't say that. Like he was just, like, it's pretty, I'm sure it's always stressful to be the fucking whatever leader of this like public health kind of organization in the US government and whatever, be a part of the fucking presidential, administration. I'm sure that's a big job. I don't want to underplay that, but normally there isn't a pandemic going on. And normally people don't know who the fuck you are. And then all of a sudden, this guy's usually pretty niche job became the most important job arguably on earth. It became, this was an essential service worker. Okay. This guy didn't get to stay home and stop the spread. This guy had to go to work every day and was under an intense amount of scrutiny. And I can acknowledge that and also say, I think he fucked it up. I think there were many things he did wrong. Would I have done any better? Fuck no. I would have been terrible at this job. But oh my God, with hindsight, and I think even at the time, I mean, yeah, for me, even at the time, I was constantly seeing him, like, I was getting furious at ways he fucked up. And there's this video from Ryan Grimm on, was this Rising, I guess, not Breaking Points. This is from the pre-Breaking Points days. Remember that? Oh, man. But this is him, and he's always been like a big lab leak guy. So I've always been following his various like videos on this. Like I said, I got a personal fucking petty stake in this. But here is a part where he sort of sums up some of the reasons why maybe we shouldn't, like, Fauci is not like a fucking god. You know, people get those candles that had him on there as like a saint, you know, like some kind of Mexican saint. And it's like, no, that's not, he also sucks. So anyway, here's a summary of things that he did.
Now, aside from the lab, Fauci has acknowledged lying to and misleading the public. Early in the pandemic, when protective equipment was in short supply, Fauci told the public not to use masks because they don't work and could even be counterproductive.
Look at the films in China and South Korea, whatever, everybody's wearing a mask. Right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with masks.
You're sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this.
Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. And often, there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face.
By April, Fauci was urging people to mask up and simply admitted he had lied.
What about a month or so, or 2 or 3 ago, when people were saying, you don't really need to wear a mask? Well, the reason for that is that we were concerned, the public health community, and many people were saying this, were concerned that it was at a time when personal protective equipment, including the N95 masks and the surgical masks, were in very short supply. And we wanted to make sure that the people, namely the healthcare workers, who were brave enough to put themselves in harm's way to take care of people who you know were infected with the coronavirus and the danger of them getting infected, we did not want them to be without the equipment that they needed. So there was not enthusiasm about going out and everybody buying a mask or getting a mask. We were afraid that that would deter away from the people who really needed it.
I fucking hate that he did that. That is such a fucking, like, that's an unforced error. Like, honestly, like, first of all, I hate that he fucking lied to people and told them that he was asked on 60 Minutes, oh, are you sure about that? Wait, masks aren't important? Really? He's like, no, they won't help. You know, we don't need these things. China and the fucking, it doesn't help at all. It doesn't work. And then later he's like, that was actually a clever lie I told. I was trying to do this. And it's like, first of all, don't do that. Don't lie to people during a fucking crisis. Everyone is terrified. People are looking to you for guidance. You're the guy that's going to tell them what to do to protect themselves and whatever. You are the guy to do that. You can't be fucking lying. Honestly, that one fucking thing he did, so many people, when I would argue with them about COVID and laws, you believe Fauci, don't you know he lied about the masks and this and that and that? And then so what am I supposed to say about that? Yeah, he did. Okay. But he meant it for a good reason. No, like, you don't get to do that during a pandemic. You got to bite the bullet. You either got to do one of two things. And I think the best thing to do is just say, yes, masks do help. But for right now, we all need to work together to help the people in the fucking hospital. Like, that's what I think you should do. But if you can't do that, and you do have to lie, never admit that. Take that to your fucking grave. Make up a story. Oh, we thought it was a different sort of virus at first, and then we learned it was not. And we're like, oh, actually, masks do help. Don't be like, I tricked you. You know when I said masks don't work? I was straight up lying to your face. That's ridiculous, man. People, this is how you lose trust in government. During a pandemic or crisis of any time, you're looking to the government. You need the government to be strong and be giving you information that is correct, at least to the best of their abilities, helpful right away. So many people during COVID were able to get people on their side. You know, in fucking New York, you had the fucking Cuomo coming out every day and be like, here's what we know. I'm going to tell you this. Now, it turned out a lot of that shit was bullshit. But just having a comforting kind of like figure in Canada, we had Trudeau coming out and giving talks. His approval rating went way up. And, you know, it wasn't just the Liberals here. Also, Doug Ford in Ontario came out and was like, oh, every day for my friends, we got to do this. This is, it's fucking, you need to understand, you need to seize the moment and not do bullshit like this. And that's not the only example.
It may have been a noble lie, but it was a lie nonetheless. He followed it up in late 2020 with another whopper, admitting to the New York Times that he had been lying earlier when he said that a 70 to 75% vaccine rate could equal herd immunity. Quote, when polls said only about half of all Americans would take a vaccine, I was saying herd immunity would take 70 to 75%. Then, when newer surveys said 60% or more would take it, I thought, I can nudge this up a bit. So I went to 80, 85. We need to have some humility here. We really don't know what the real number is. I think the real range is somewhere between 70 to 90%, but I'm not going to say 90%.
Exactly the wrong thing to do. Don't do this. Like, this is called disinformation. I'm sorry. This is what it is. This is information you are sending out that you know to be false in order to manipulate the public. That is disinformation. And so, you know, before I even got into this, lies, disinformation, and censorship, I was like, I mean, 2 out of 3, yeah, that is true. Censorship, though, like, I mean, yeah, I sorry, I didn't actually get any screenshots, but I didn't see any evidence of that in the files. So, I mean, this one, I don't know, I'll give this one like a 6 out of 10, I guess. But again, this is nothing new. We already knew this shit. All right. Now, finally, we got to address this thing here that is specifically called out in the title of the fucking thing and then never referred to again in her press release, in her video, anywhere. The idea that we know for a fact that it was the gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology that sparked COVID. This is the craziest thing that she said. Right? And it's just in the fucking headline and then never, it's just taken as a given. It's never explained further by her. Because if there was shit in here that proved that, that would be such big news, right? And like, that's the thing that I was most interested in for the aforementioned reasons. Well, what am I talking about here? What do I want to look at? Oh God, I don't even remember. What the fuck was this? Okay, well, spoiler alert, there's nothing in here that shows that. There's nothing in these files that shows that. There's some things like this, which was from the WCPMC, which is again a branch of the CIA. It's like the weapons something proliferation, blah blah blah. It's like a board in the CIA, and they got very involved in COVID, and they sent this email, which is included in the release of a congressional COVID report confirming the lab leak. And this whole thing, the leading theories that led to the committee to their conclusions. The virus possesses a biological characteristic not found in nature. COVID-19 cases stem from a single introduction into humans. That runs contrary to previous pandemics where there are multiple spillover events. Wuhan's home to China's foremost SARS research lab. Wuhan Institute of Virology researchers were sick with COVID-like virus in the fall, months before it was discovered at the wet market by nearly all measures of science. There was evidence of the natural origin. These 5 points, these are taken directly from a New York Times article by, what's her name? Lena Khan, I think. Where she's like, the 5 points that prove the lab leak hypothesis is real. After that came out, it was the same day that Fauci was testifying in front of Congress. The intelligence community kind of took those points and like ran with them, put out this like massive report. But this, I don't know why the fuck this thing from 2024 was put in the fucking files. This is all public. Like, this was released. Why are you putting, like, this is something that we know. Like, this is like, oh, by the way, we're releasing this report. Actually, it's not even we're releasing. This isn't even advanced. This is, we released this last night. So this is not secret shit. Maybe we haven't seen this email before, but we've seen everything in it because it's just repeating what they put in the public report. And the public report does not prove anything. There is nothing in there. In fact, all 5 of these things have been rejected by the vast majority of the scientific virology community. None of this shit is true. So, but they put this in here, they put in a fucking report from RFK's old fucking job, the Children's Health Initiative or whatever it's called. Like they put in a bunch of shit that is fucking has nothing to do with anything, doesn't prove anything. And they're like, if you look through all these files, it'll show you that the play. No, it doesn't. You show me a shit from, some insane shit thing that the fucking CIA put out right before Trump got inaugurated that was, warming up the fucking, I don't know, whatever, setting the runway up for Trump to put, remember that page he put up, lab leak confirmed on like the White House official website, and it was like this crazy CSS, blah, blah, blah. I'm kind of blown away. Because this doesn't prove it. I was rooting for you. I wanted to know more about this, but no, I gotta say, it doesn't prove this. Now, I want to go over a little bit. I feel a little bit irresponsible if I just showed you, okay, here's all the stuff, but maybe it's real, and I didn't show you like, well, what is the actual consensus right now? I mean, there's been different consensus. There's been different ideas. A lot of people, Ryan Grimm, whatever, is one of the prominent guys. In 2021, the National Institute of Health admitted funding risky virus research in Wuhan. As I said, we know that they were funding gain-of-function research, but it's not really proven that this was that's risky. Like that seems like a lot of scientists seem to think that that's fine. I know, to me it sounds weird too, but I don't know. I'm not a scientist. But okay, whatever. There's a bunch of Ryan Grimm things here I could play, like other than even the one I already played. But there's a bunch of ones where he's talking about it and the Fauci emails and stuff like that. This, if you really want to get into the nuts and bolts of this in a really, I think, great way, this is a link. I'll put it in, I'll throw a link in the description when I make this in the video, but there's a debate about the origins of COVID, whether it's a lab leak or a zoonotic origin. It is so good. The dude in the bottom left here, I forget his name, he goes over and he does it in such an effective way, I think, where he's like, I used to be a lab leak believer. I used to believe 100% in the lab leak, and it seemed real to me, and I became obsessed with it and went down this rabbit hole. And I eventually came to understand that there's almost no chance it was a lab leak, and I'm going to present why. This is a fucking long ass debate. The two guys that are debating, they each do an hour and a half opening statement and then they get into it. But if you have the time, watch the whole thing because it will answer a lot of your questions on this. And honestly, like this guy he destroys the other guy with facts and logic. It's not close. Also the entire, PDF file of 229 page PDF file of like the slideshow of all the points in the debate is up online. You can look through that. I found this probably, of anything that I've seen, the most convincing thing where I'm like, okay, I guess it probably isn't like I thought it was. I guess it probably was not a lab leak. This was just something that kind of really changed my mind. Also, I liked this picture. What really happened in Wuhan? And it's a cat pushing on the COVID-19. Cat, don't put yourself off the COVID-19 bottle. Anyway, that's on one of the slides. But the Lancet, the microbe edition. I don't know. The Lancet microbe. This is one of the foremost, immunology, virology publications, scientific publications. They put out an article. When was this? Like just recently, like August 2024. Okay, not that recently, but no. Okay, only necessary. They put out an article. I'll just read you guys like the first paragraph of it. The SARS-CoV-2 is a natural virus that found its way into humans through mundane contact with infected wildlife that went on to cause the most consequential pandemic for over a century. While it is scholarly to entertain alternative hypotheses, particularly when the evidence is scarce, these alternative hypotheses have been implausible for a long time, and have only become more so with increased scrutiny. Those who eagerly peddle suggestions of laboratory involvement have consistently failed to present credible arguments to support their positions. Take the time to reflect on the paragraph above and how many words were expended to make the simple point that COVID-19 had a natural origin. This is because there are many people, most notably in the USA, with disproportionate influence who are poised to seize on less explicit statements to undermine a simple and pretty straightforward truth. These are the same people who are willing to malign individuals, a topical example being former director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, Anthony Fauci, who dedicated themselves to understanding and lessening the impact of the pandemic. And so I just want to stress hey, like science, anybody can make a theory, and if they can provide evidence, if they can do repeatable experimentation, and they can show their work, any theory, no matter how widely accepted it is, can be torn down and can be replaced. Like, this is what makes science so wonderful. Of course, there are pressures in the scientific world. There are monetary pressures. There are pressures from big pharma. There's pressures from all kinds of people. But science works in a particular way that is honestly very cool and usually works at least on a long enough timeline. And the longer the timeline goes on the lab leak versus the zoonotic origin theory, the more likely the lab leak has gotten. And yes, you can certainly find scientists who don't believe in that or believe the lab leak happened, but you can't just be like, look at individual cases. We really should look at what is the overwhelming scientific consensus on things like this. And by far, the vast, like the super majority of scientists who study this do not think that the lab leak is as credible as the, zoonotic explanation. I think that that's worth like keeping in mind. I'll just show you like a couple slides from the that debate that I was talking about that I found helpful for me, because I remember this when COVID started. So we've got this graph. This is just in December 2019. All these fucking people, the earliest cases were in the fall. No, the earliest cases we know of were all in December. And so you can see here, it's the first one is December 8th, and it goes to December 30th. But and the blue ones are people who are linked to the Wuhan wet market. And the orange ones are people who are not linked to the Wuhan wet market. And for a long time, this was a thing I thought of all the time. I was like, well, look, the first known person with COVID was not linked to the wet market, right? It's a little orange person, that one case on December 8th. That's not a wet market person. We got a lot of wet market people later, but the first one is not. Okay. But actually, as the guy points out in the debate, this man, accountant Chen, was not connected to the market, and he lived across town, closer to the lab than to the market. But it later turned out that he had actually gotten sick on December 16th, and this was just a recording error. Multiple researchers came to the same conclusion. He went over to the case. He found that this man didn't actually have COVID at first. On the 8th, he had a dental emergency. And then he got COVID 8 days later. So once we get rid of this kind of like outlier case that for me and for a lot of people was like, well, what the fuck? This is it. This is a proof. And then it turned out, that was a fucking recording error. Whoever it was at a dental office that day, or I don't know who did the recording error. Whoever checked the column for COVID coronavirus instead of fucking getting a root canal, they really fucked up. They didn't know how bad what they were doing was going to be so bad. But now when we look at it, okay, so the first cases, like 3 out of the first, 4 cases, or sorry, 3 out of the first 5 cases are all people linked to the Huanan market. We've got the map of the market here, all of these people at their various stalls. 3 of the first 5 cases were vendors at the market. 2 of them were not vendors. 1 of them was transportation staff at the market. So he doesn't have a stall, but he's still working there. The other one is a buyer from a hotel. So he's a repeat visitor, somebody who comes here constantly to buy fish for the hotel or whatever it is. Whatever he's buying. I don't know, bats, pangolins. I'm not sure what they're buying there. They are listed as a December 12th onset. Then there are vendor cases on the 12th and 13th. The very first person that we know of who got COVID we know her name. Her name is Wai Guaijan. Sorry, I don't know how to say that, but Wai Guaijan. She started feeling sick on December 10th, had a fever on December 11th, and sought help. She lives very close to the market, and she works at the market. Sorry, I'm still trying to look at this thing here. And this is kind of embarrassing. She doesn't do much outside of work. She doesn't play mahjong. She may have been infected by the toilet she shared with the wild meat sellers and others on the market's website. So it's just like, this person turned out to be the biggest, like the patient zero that we know of COVID, works at the wet market, and then the fucking world is like beating a path through her door. Be like, well, tell us about this. She's like, they're like, okay, so do you hang out? Like, do you have like a lot of friends? She's like, not really. She's like, okay, cool. Loser, enormous loser. Why Guaijan doesn't even play mahjong? Like, that detail feels a little harsh, but like, whatever. She got COVID. She went to a clinic. And then she was feeling sick, right? She couldn't move. She went to a clinic, and then she went to a hospital. And then both of those places after she was there had breakouts. So, we know that she spread it. Like, it wasn't her fault. She didn't know what it was. She was working at the wet market. And here is the thing where I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't know how it could be a zoonotic thing. Did we only find these early market cases because of a biased search? If COVID was all over Wuhan by early December and you randomly picked a case, right? If it was a lab leak, in other words, the odds would be very low that they would work at Huanan Market. 1,000 workers out of 10 million people in the city, 1 in 10,000 chance. The odds of 5 early market cases are impossibly low if COVID was everywhere. So, why would all these cases be at the market or like surrounding the market? How could that be if it leaked from a lab? Several hospitals independently found early cases from the market. It was often 50% or more of their patients. This was all before the market connection was announced on December 29th. So this is not something that the Chinese government could have covered up. These were announced before they even knew that there was a fucking thing. There was a specific guy there was one Chinese doctor who figured out the fucking market connection. So these 5 hospitals, including one that was near the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So for me, I don't know about you guys, there are so many other points in this really great debate. But for me, this was the one that I was like, fuck, yeah, I guess that wouldn't make any sense for it to be a lab leak. So again, hey, I promise you guys, I went into this ready to be proven whatever, like ready for the lab leak to be confirmed. And I must report, now, Fauci lab leak confirmed? Question mark. The answer to that question is no. No, it was not. It was not confirmed. This does seem like a desperate thing Culty Gabbard did on her way out the door, leaving kind of in disgrace, leaving before anybody could call her out for being a puppet of a, nefarious cult. And I will also say, this isn't even the first time that she's done this. There's a thing called selective declassification. This is basically like a limited hangout kind of thing, where the CIA, the intelligence community, will give you just what it wants you to get so that you believe a certain narrative. We should always be skeptical of shit like this. But like, this is a move that Tulsi does. There's been 3 times that she's done this. So obviously the lab leak been proven. there's this one. And again, look at the title, Declassified HPSI Report on the Manufactured Russia Hoax. Like that's Donald Trump's terminology, but like this is the headline of the fucking release from Tulsi about this thing. And it just uses the phrase, the manufactured Russia hoax. It doesn't say, oh, leak, declassified report that lends some credibility. It just says, this was a manufactured hoax. The Russia connection to Trump was manufactured hoax. It wasn't, none of it was real. None of the fucking files in this prove that. The same thing happened with U.S. taxpayer-funded global biolab program. Putting this shit in here, this is the, oh, there's evidence. But if you actually look over the shit, it's not there. This is a move that she did multiple times. Like, this is like, this is, I mean, a lot of people do this, but this is something that specifically she does. This is how it works. People don't read beyond the headline. If people see a headline and it's from somebody who's legitimately high up in office, she's the director of national intelligence, this cultist puppet. She's the director of national intelligence, and she's putting shit out, and the headline says something really fucking insane. Who the fuck is going to take the time to go through the evidence and be like, does it prove that? Where does it prove that? It's all fucking out of order. None of it's labeled. Most of it is totally irrelevant. So much of it is redacted. It's really hard to tell who's saying what and why and what they're talking about. None of it proves anything. It's just a stack of papers to waste people's time who actually care. 99% of people are just going to see the headline and be like, I knew it. I knew it. And that's what I found when I looked into it. I really wanted to find somebody who believed in the lab leak going through it and showing how it proved it. I couldn't find any of that. I'm sure some of it exists, or maybe it will, but we're like 10 days out from like when this eventually originally dropped. I still haven't seen anything. So like, shout out again, Renee DiResta, fantastic work on this. And yeah, let me just show her her Twitter, because she had like a cool book. Hang on. She had a book that I thought looked very interesting. What's her name again? Renee DiResta? The rest of the time. What are you doing the rest of the time? That's what I would say if I met her in person. Oh, Renee DiResta? Well, what are you doing the rest of the time? And then I would like say, I'm sorry. Oh, I don't know why I said that. And then it would be really cool. Okay, what? But yeah, so here's her Twitter, and she's got this book out. I don't know what it is, honestly. I'm totally judging the book by its cover. It's called Invisible Rulers, The People Who Turn Lies into Reality. I'm like, fuck, that sounds awesome. And so, hey, what is this person? Like, who are the people that turn lies into reality? Like, Tulsi Gabbard is one. Like, this is not somebody like, this does not seem like someone who is like averse to the idea of any conspiracy theory, right? This seems like somebody who's like, no, actually the real conspiracist is Tulsi Gabbard, who's putting out this bullshit and putting it with a nice label on it that makes the lab leak people be like, oh yeah, that's the fucking thing. Blah, blah, blah. But yeah, no, she seems cool. I sort of scrolled a little bit down her page and I didn't see anything bad. So yeah. Recommended follow. And if you do want to get more into it, I highly recommend her article on this because it's very helpful and it has citations that really helped me dig up all this stuff. Because the most part, I'm reading through this shit. I'm like, what the fuck is it? What does any of this mean? So yeah. But there we go, gang. It really seems to me, I mean, I don't know, but it seems to me like Tulsi Gabbard was about to get caught. She's about to get found out by, the guy who did all the research. It's like, I actually have all these memos of your guru telling you what to say and then you saying exactly what he asked verbatim. Do you want to comment on that? And she's like, I quit. I quit. And then she fucking threw a smoke bomb, which was a Fauci. And the lab leak was real. And then fucking ducked out of there. That does seem to be what happened. However, I'm open to the possibility that it was a total coincidence and she was always going to throw a smoke bomb for no reason. But yeah, a total waste of time. In other words, the Fauci lab leak. All right. So that took a little bit longer than I wanted it to. But I'm going to go over one more thing. Gang, let me take a second in here because I feel like there's been there's been some drama in the chat, right? I've been missing stuff. Sorry. Was there something? Yeah. I have sort of a, sorry, I'm behind, whatever. I'll pay attention to you guys now. Remember in 2020 when mainstream Democrats were saying she's a Russian asset? I mean, I feel like that is more likely than any of the shit that she's been saying. I don't think that that's been disproven. But she does seem to be primarily an asset of this motherfucker. But maybe he hooked her up with some Russian money or something, or some Russian talking points to help her get boosted. Like, being a Russian asset does have political advantages, you know, or doing things in support of Putin. I mean, it's worked well for Trump, who does have his own very sketchy connections to Russia from, you know, the 90s and earlier. But, no serious drama? Okay, cool. Yeah, strong opinions about the lab leak in both directions, but nothing out of line. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, and I want to say, obviously, like, I'm into conspiracy theories. And, you know, lately, a lot of the shit with Epstein has hit the mainstream. But I remember being the weirdo who was like, guys, have you not been looking into this Epstein stuff? It's the most insane story, like, of my lifetime. We should all be obsessed with it. And people being like, dude, that sounds like QAnon shit, you know? And I don't think it makes you a bad person to have questions about, you know, things like this, things like the lab leak, you know, even things that I just disagree with. If you, maybe you're skeptical about vaccines. I was skeptical at first about the vaccines too. I think trust the science more than a lot of other people who, you know, were skeptical of things. I mean, the government has done sketchy shit with vaccines. The U.S. government in particular. This is how they caught bin Laden. I don't know if that is how they caught bin Laden, but one of the things they tried was giving people fake vaccines where they were actually taking blood to do blood tests on in Pakistan. Like, they were trying to do that. And in the process of doing that, in Pakistan, they reduced people's trust in vaccines, because of course they did, which sucks. There's the fucking Tuskegee experiments. Like, the government fucking sucks, man. They do evil shit. The thing that convinced me the vaccines were probably real was that Israel got them first. Israel was like the country that got vaccines first. I was like, okay, if the vaccines were like a evil conspiracy to whatever hurt people, they wouldn't be given to them Israelis. Number one, fresh out the gate. You know, that's, if they give them to Israelis first, that does seem like they do work. I don't know. That was a moment for me. But, like, I totally encourage everyone to be suspicious and question authority, and I have no issue with any of that. I do have, like, I guess, I have a lot of political ideals. I think in a lot of ways I'm like kind of I'm definitely like have radical politics that a lot of people find very fucked. And it's hard to be like consistent when you have like beliefs like that. And I think COVID was like a real test of what I truly believe and whether I'm a authoritarian or a libertarian, because I like to think of myself as a libertarian. I like to think of myself as somebody who's against government, like, you know, control and overreach and, you know, getting involved in people's personal lives. But I've never had to like actually grapple with the thought of what do you do during a public health emergency where one person's freedom to not get a vaccine could impact others. You know, what do you do in that case? And I did come to the conclusion, and I think this is the part where I'm like, oh God, people are probably not going to agree with this, but I did come to the conclusion that I think I would say that I would be in favor of this is taking me a long time to get out. What am I trying to express? I think that it's bad to force people to get vaccines, and I don't think that you should do that. I don't think people should lose their jobs because they have vaccines. I don't think there should be like like I think that ideally, in the ideal world, if somebody has a job where they absolutely need to get vaccinated or else they present a danger to others, like truck drivers, for example, who are crossing the border, interacting with service workers all over the place, like that, yeah, that person does have to get vaccinated. But no, I don't think that you should just fire that person. I think that that person deserves to get paid. I think that person deserves to get some money to stay home. Yeah, I don't know though, because then am I encouraging people to whatever? I mean, I think, fuck, I guess they would have to get paid like substantially less than they would if they continue doing their job, but enough to live off of. Let's do it like that. I don't know, because yeah, I did find a lot of people went kind of authoritarian after COVID, and I get it. It is intense. But like at the same time, like I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. If you were somebody who, because COVID it fucking sucked, like staying home all the time, whatever, kids had to take courses over Skype or Zoom or whatever. You know, we couldn't meet up in public, and when we could, it was like, okay, 6 feet apart, you know, or to use Canadian metrics, 2 hockey sticks. You know, you meet outdoors, wear a mask, all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, like I agree, like wearing a mask, that did suck, because I like, it's not good to not see people's faces. You feel isolated. All that I agree with. COVID sucked. And when the vaccine came out, I think that like a part of me, because I got vaccinated as soon as I could, a part of me though looked at people who refused to get vaccinated, and I was like, that is like a brave choice. It's a brave choice because, like I said, COVID sucks. And if you're not going to get vaccinated, to me, that means that you still have to live like you were before the vaccine came out. You still have to self-isolate. You're not allowed to go out and go to a restaurant, which, I was so excited the first time I got to go to a restaurant again. It was like a huge moment. But so many of these guys had this idea that I'm not going to get vaccinated and I'm going to return to life as it was before. And that is where I'm kind of like, I'm drawing the line. And I'm not doing this in an authoritarian way. I think that it is, you know, business owners and whatnot are able to stay open and they're able to do things. There's a law that, okay, you got to have your, you know, vaccine passport. You got to be able to prove that you're vaccinated to come in. And yeah, I'm like, am I infringing on the freedom of the business owner to let people in? Fuck. Like this is where I do kind of wonder. I mean, I don't know. Freedom of business owners that's not real freedom. I'm talking about like, you know, real people. But yeah, I don't know. Screw authoritarianism. You're trapped by leaders' whims more than under democracy. Though democracy can be compromised. Yeah, true. If anything justifies government coercion, a pandemic is right up there with an active invasion. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's true. This is why I'm like, maybe I'm like, am I being consistent on this? Like, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Like, hold people down and stick a needle in their arm and give them the vaccine? I think people should be allowed to not get vaccinated, but I think it would have been great if the government did pay people not to get vaccinated, and then we could do a comparison. I'd be like, okay, so years later, like now we can test. Did the people who weren't vaccinated, are they okay? Did the vaccines work? And I think we would have. I mean, I guess we can do that, but it would have been great if there was like a very public, transparent study on this. I mean, I guess there has been, but because it's just so annoying the way that all of these unvaxxed kind of like anti-science folks are like, no, it's proven. Unvaccinated people are definitely like they keep saying shit like, oh, the lab leak is now it's been proven. It's been this, it's been that. It's just, none of that's been proven. None of it's been proven. Anyway, I don't know. I wish a lot of things were different. I wish that there was more of a social safety net. I wish that people weren't forced to do things and weren't forced to keep going into work. I wish that the people who were, essential workers, We should have fucking given them massive raises. Excuse me. Even in Canada, where we were giving out the $2,000 for people to stay home, if you worked at a grocery store, you weren't even making that much per month, and you had to go to work. That's fucking stupid. We should have been paying nurses more. We should have been paying doctors more. We should have been paying grocery store. Anybody who still worked a job, they should have got a massive fucking upgrade. They should have been living like kings. You know, what were we doing? Banging pots and pans together for them? What the fuck good did that do? You know, give people some money. But yeah, like it comes down to, it's a difficult question for me. What is the right way to do it? What is the right way to do it? I guess at the end of the day, I'm like, if I had to compromise between public health and saving lives and saving all the innocent people who were following all the rules but are immunocompromised and are getting sick because of the actions of others who are being irresponsible and not taking the precautions seriously. Like, this is not like just freedom to do your own thing. It's not like drugs where it's like the only person I'm hurting is myself. It's like you are hurting others. But I think at the end of the day, I am more in favor of like letting people do what they want, but also, I mean, I guess like doing what we can to keep people safe in other ways. I totally still think we should have done the vaccine, you know, passports where people have to prove they're vaccinated before they go into a place of business. Yeah, people's trust in government was already very low before COVID. Yeah, 100%, and even lower afterwards. It shows why trust in government's important. Yeah, the government fucking squandered its trust. You know, people used to really trust government before I was born. But people used to have way more trust in government. You look pre-JFK era, it was crazy difference. If you get pilled and don't believe in studies, should you be allowed to keep your job as psychiatrist? I mean, psychiatrist, what is that? Basically just like a therapist that gives you drugs? I feel like that's fine, but I don't know. I'd be open to arguments as to why not. If there's like a board of experts on that to weigh in, like I think you can argue that certain jobs are a privilege to have and dangerous for people who hold certain beliefs. But yeah, COVID sucked for sure, but I found it a small sacrifice for the good of all, especially when the hospital started to get overwhelmed. Wait, sorry, what do you mean? What was a sacrifice for the good of all? I have agoraphobia, and except for the fact that people everywhere were dying, staying home during COVID was the best 6 months of mental health I had in my life. Oh shit. I live in Florida. We only got 6 months. Damn. Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, like I'm like an introvert. I did better than a lot of people being indoors, but, I did miss going out. I did miss going dancing and going to restaurants. And when shit got back on and I went to my first house party, you know, I was like, oh my God. Oh, fuck. Like, it's not good for you. It's not good for you. Everybody got really into their online echo chambers. Vietnam, Watergate, did irreparable harm to the public's view of the government. Oh yeah. JFK assassination. You go back before JFK, people were like, yeah, government's great. What do you mean? During the New Deal era, oh boy, people were very happy. Comparatively to now. The sacrifice was isolation and masks and all the shit people complained about. I mean, genuinely, you know, we got like just the kids being forced to learn whatever, remote learning. That sucks. That is actually so brutal for kids, but that is a necessary sacrifice. It's a necessary sacrifice for, you know, whatever. Yeah. Also because FDR was the GOAT. Yeah. Crazy that there hasn't been another president like that. There's been chances. There's been Bernie Sanders, you know, and others. U.S. has had a chance. They've failed every time since FDR. Damn, Darkling, you're one of those people, eh? I loved that I could be home with my cat, listening to music as loud as I want and getting paid. I didn't have to be around humans and still got paid. It was the best. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I sort of feel that way too. I was surviving on a very meager, starving artist salary. And once COVID happened and I started getting CERB, I was like, amazing. The first thing I bought was my iPad. Like I got $2,000. I was like, I'm buying an iPad Pro. I've wanted one of those forever. And now that's what I do all my animations on and make all my videos on. I started doing my videos, and I think my first video was in like September of 2020. That's when I met Goblin Queen like a couple months earlier. My life would be so different if it weren't for COVID. It's hard to even imagine. Ralph Nader would have been a great president. I mean, there's been... Oh, shit. This is a real thing about your psychiatrist? That's crazy. It happened to your psychiatrist it happened to him as in he lost his job as a psychiatrist? Or he just doesn't believe in that? I mean, you're really just making an argument for UBI. I mean, I think UBI is... I feel like, I don't know. God, economic stuff I'm not the best on. I do think everyone should have enough money to survive, whether they work or not. But you should get more money if you work. I think that's pretty reasonable. I think that I really like what the Michael Albert and Robin Hahnel, I think his name is, the guys that do Paracon. Their whole thing is people should be paid based on effort and sacrifice. You know, if you're working a coal mine, you're getting coal in your lungs, you got to get paid extra for that. Oh, and you get paid reversely connected to how rewarding your job is. If you're a surgeon at the hospital, that's a really rewarding job. You're saving lives, and people are like, "Oh, amazing! You're a genius!" Oh, blah 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 blah. Like that's a fulfilling thing to do. That means you should get paid less. If you're a janitor at that hospital and you're cleaning toilets, that's not a very rewarding job. You should be paid more. You know, people would always rather be a surgeon than a janitor. Everybody thinks that's weird at first, but they do that thing where they're like, "Let me ask how much." Okay, so how much would I have to pay you? Like if you were a janitor, let's say a janitor gets $1 million a year, a surgeon gets $500,000 a year. What would you rather be? And people are like, probably well, fuck, I think I'm messing it up how they do it. Forget exactly how they do it. But yeah, they basically ask that, and they're like, I think they start with like, okay, here's what a surgeon actually gets paid, and here's what a janitor actually gets paid. So you'd obviously rather be the janitor in that situation, right? Even with all the years of schooling and everything. Okay, and now what if we slightly lower the cost of the surgeon down and down and down and down and down, and people still say surgeon, and then when it gets neck and neck with the janitor, they still say surgeon, and then even when it gets lower, people are like, yeah, I'd still prefer to be the surgeon, and then it basically goes to what's the lowest I could possibly live on, and then people are like, okay, then I would go to the janitor. But I think it's interesting. I think that it's like a cool point. Yeah. My point about UBI is that when you give people money, they don't waste it on dumb BS like the right likes to suggest everyone will. Oh yeah, no, I mean, there's been plenty of studies of UBI that turns out it works really well. I think UBI can be bad. Like Andrew Yang had a UBI that had a very regressive tax associated with it on like, you know, goods and services and shit that would inversely affect the poor. I think that there's a lot of kind of like austerity measures that happen with some UBIs. Like again, the Andrew Yang, what was it called? The freedom dividend or whatever. It's like, we're going to take money away from, so if you get it, so everybody gets $1,000 a month, but if you're on disability, you lose that, but you still get the $1,000 a month that everybody else gets, but you also lose your fucking benefits. So it's like, okay, great. So all the landlords are going to jack up their prices every month, and people on disability are just going to be fucked, you know? So I think that there's for sure a case for UBI, but anyway. Andrew Yang, the dialogue member? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you missed the first half of what I said about UBI. It's a Band-Aid. It's just agreeing to pay the extortionate price of capitalism. Bad, but with the right idea, give people enough to live on. Yeah, for sure. For sure. This is the janitor. Okay. Hello, janitor. But I was brainwashed by the charm of groundskeeper Willie. Oh, cool. That's funny. So your psychiatrist told you he doesn't believe in studies after the Epstein files? That's funny. Yeah, no, it's interesting. Sorry, I'm kind of spouting off about nothing. Do they have anything that we could watch? Oh, I got one thing. This is sort of similar to the video we watched last week with, or not last week. I guess it was last stream. Sort of similar to the video we watched last stream about, what's his name? Ian Carroll. But this guy is Awaken with JP. What's his name again? JP Sears? JP Morgan? Something like that. And this is his video about Peter Thiel. Actually, let me take a brief break. Let me put you in the capable hands of Ryan Hodes, excuse me, who will tell you about AI being a eugenics project. And I'm going to be right back.
30,000 superhuman AI researcher copies thinking at 57 times human speed by 2027. And by 2035, assuming the world doesn't end, 1 trillion wildly superintelligent copies thinking at 10,000 times human speed, generating $400 trillion a year at an $8,000 trillion valuation. This project went mega viral, gaining traction from the New York Times, BBC, and 2 viral videos on YouTube that have gathered over 10 million views. Yudkowsky threw himself into the work, excited by the future benevolent superintelligence, but his optimism didn't last long. He said, according to Hagee, quote, "I thought very smart things would automatically be good, but within 8 months he came to realize that he was wrong. AI could be a catastrophe. He decided that he should develop a fallback plan in case AI tried to kill everyone, but upon attempting to do so, he realized that it was impossible. He said, quote, that caused me to actually engage with the underlying issues, and then I realized that I had been completely mistaken about everything." He still is, by the way. This spurred what would become Yudkowsky's defining goal in life, to develop AI in a way that is friendly towards humans, what is now known as AI alignment, a subfield of AI safety that has completely dominated the debate about risks and damages caused by AI. To solve the AI alignment problem, Yudkowsky founded a new intellectual framework he dubbed rationalism, which we'll come back to in a bit. Yudkowsky would go on to court Peter Thiel's funding for his Singularity Institute, which within a year turned into Thiel funding the Singularity Summit at his alma mater and Silicon Valley powerhouse, Stanford University. Perhaps the most consequential product of this summit was the founding of DeepMind, an AI startup hoping to develop an AI inspired by the human brain, which was seeded by $2.25 million from none other than Peter Thiel. The co-founder of DeepMind, Demis Hassabis, described his 10-year plan for DeepMind as a, quote, Manhattan Project for AI, a phrase that Altman would later repurpose.
Blow! Carl Durgler? What the? New member. Welcome to the Cabal. Welcome to Cabal, operative. Welcome to the dark side. Yes. Gang. We got so much shit. Now that you're a member, you get all the perks. Oh shit, you get all these emojis you can put in there. Blah blah blah. Whoa, huh? I didn't know you could do that. What happens if I just put one? Does it get real big? No. It's still quite small. Okay, whatever. What happens if I just blow it up on here, though? What happens if I blow it up on a little bit on this? Wow! Huge! And look at my screen thing. Remember Poggers? Remember that? Remember when that was like the word to be like, I'm cool, I know Gen Z. Poggers, right? You know, like they say? Anything new in the Epstein world? No, absolutely nothing new in the Epstein world. Just kidding. There's always new stuff in the Epstein world. Maybe we should go over that. I don't know. Is there anything new in the Epstein world? Fuck, there is, but it would take me a while to get into it. Ooh. Any video I could watch about that? Nah. Okay, whatever. No, we can watch the JP Sears thing. We'll watch this, and this will be a chance for me to practice my not pausing it so much. But I'm curious. Okay, so similar. We watched another. Oh, look at Darkling over here, butt mogging everyone here. The first time I heard somebody use mog was a millennial. All right, does mog belong to millennials, or is that a Gen Z thing? Gen Z. You don't remember Poggers? PogChamp? That's the face. That's his face. The PogChamp face. You don't remember that? That? Anyway. Yeah, it's a Twitch streamer lore. Anyway. Carl Dunkler, you're the best MVP of the month. Whoa, I can actually reply to you, I think. Reply. No, it's not letting me do it. It's funny how, like, I get so many more options on if somebody gives me money. Thanks. And then what happens? Oh, then it says that I'm replying to it. Weird. Mog comes from looks maxing? But what about the... Hang on. Looks maxing is new, right? Or is it... That's like an incel word. But okay. Maybe it's not as new as I think. But like... Okay, maybe I shouldn't look this up on stream because it might not go well. Hang on. But what's that tweet? Butt mogged tweet. Right? Butt mogged the Zoomers. Oh, jeez. Okay. Fresh kills pod. Sorry, hang on. We'll get to the bottom of this. The woman in the viral butt mugged. Why can't we? Jeez. So, okay, check it out. All right, so I found this old. I still couldn't find the actual link to the actual tweet, but 4 years ago, butt mogged these Zoomers today. This is the tweet I'm talking about. Butt mogged these Zoomers today from Fresh Kills, and she was like, "Haha, I mogged these Zoomers with my butt," and that was like the first time that I'd ever heard the term mogged. But according to in the top comment on this, it just says mog. It's an incel term. Mogging is basically when you have some gendered trait which is in some way better than that of another person, usually in a context where the person is showing off that trait. So, for example, a tall man would be height mogging a man who's shorter than he is. In this case, the trait is her butt, so she's saying, I'm showing off that my ass is better than theirs. I mean, that makes sense to me. Everybody's like, what? I don't get it. But no, that makes sense, but maybe it's just because I'm from the future. I feel like this makes perfect sense unless the only word you need to know that is weird is mog to read this. There's examples of a tall man's height mogging a man. Anyway. But does that mean it's a Zoomer term? Or, I mean, it's from the incels, but there's millennial incels. Right? That's my understanding of it. Anyway. There's some weird new footage of Clavicular making out with a trans woman. It looked like a setup. All right. Cool. Okay, great. I don't feel like we need to watch that on stream. I'm like, where? We gotta watch this. Clavicular made out with a trans woman? I'm like, okay, cool. Nice. Good for him. Good for him and good for her, honestly. I support them both in their efforts. But all right, no, sorry. We are gonna watch this. Let's watch this and then we'll call it a night. Meet Peter Thiel. Everything he doesn't want you to know. This dude, people used to compare me to this dude a lot. Like, have you seen this guy, Awaken with JP? He's basically like you. People in my life, like not people online. This is before I was doing online shit. You know, like Awaken with JP, he's just like you, man. He's like funny and he's got like long hair and a beard and stuff. He's like you, dude. And I feel, honestly, I don't think that he and I are very similar comedically. I think that is mostly just racist. I think it's mostly just pale, pasty white guy racism, where you're like, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, just because I'm like kind of a hippie and I have the same coloring as this dude, face and beard wise, anyway. Well, now he's going gray more than I am, but no, I don't think I'm like this guy at all. I did used to think his videos were kind of funny, but now he's gone down a dark path. And I want to watch this because I find it fascinating listening to conservatives like JP Sears, who's conservative / like fascist. Like this guy's like very far right. I love listening to them and like, especially the pilled guys, right? The really conspiratorial dudes. I love listening to them talk about Peter Thiel because they, based on the shit that they believe and what they say they want, Peter Thiel, they should realize that they're on Peter Thiel's team. But Peter Thiel is so masked off with his evilness, that it's, and he is just such a transparently like evil guy like trying to control the world. He is the stereotype that people wanted to paint people like George Soros as, but he's real. And I always find it fascinating how these types will respond to it. Usually they respond to it. I mean, I shouldn't say usually, but Ian Carroll, for example, we just watched the video of him, was basically like, the real danger with Peter Thiel is that he's gay. He's gay and he's trying to turn everyone trans. That's the real thing. And it's like, oh, okay, interesting way you went there. But, I feel like this might be like a reaching across the aisle moment here with JP Sears, and I might just be like, you know what? Like everything he doesn't want you to know. Because like I'm sort of obsessed with Peter Thiel. I've got Peter Thiel is one of the admittedly several dudes that I have a fucking spreadsheet of. Like you'll notice that Peter Thiel's name is green here. Well, that's because he's on my fucking list of Peter Thiel affiliates, my Thiel reptilians. If you didn't know, Peter Thiel, the letters in his name can be rearranged to spell the reptile. I've got everyone from Dialogue here. Those are the people I recently added to the list, all these Dialogue members. I've got people who are affiliated with OpenAI, with the Trump, who are in the Trump administration. Not everyone in the Trump administration, but I have people marked who are in the Trump administration because I think that's like an important category as well. Doge, Enduro, Mithril, Thiel Foundation, Palantir, Girardians, PayPal Mafia, PayPal, Founders Fund, Sequoia Capital, Thiel Fellowship, and Tesla. So I've got all these names, and if they ever show up in an article I'm reading, they'll be highlighted green. So I'm a little bit obsessed with Peter Thiel. I've been kind of following his evil deeds for a while. I'd love to do a deep dive on him for you guys one day. I talk about him quite a bit, but I want to hear what he's trying to say, because maybe there'll be stuff here that I don't know, because Peter Thiel he doesn't want me to know. Let's hear.
Thiel, he's a good guy. He's just maybe a little misunderstood. He's more than just the founder of Palantir, which could be used to create a total surveillance state in America. And he's more than just the organizer of a secret...
True. Yes. Okay, great. And that's what I'm talking about. It's like, but this guy's like pro cop and pro whatever. Like this guy's like, this is not an ACAB dude here. So he's like, you don't want him to be in charge of the surveillance state. It's like, but you are like a law and order guy, though,
Society that was recently discovered, even though it wasn't supposed to be. And Thiel is more than just a guy that Jeffrey Epstein invested $40 million with after Epstein's conviction. And he's certainly more than J.D. Vance's puppet master. Because Peter Thiel is also gay. He routinely talks about the Antichrist and is the proud husband to his husband and the father of their 2 kids that they somehow have together.
Okay, so he's going the homophobic angle too. I think this is really the only way that they can do it. This is the only way that you can be conservative and against Peter Thiel. Because when you start talking about, and he supported Trump, and he orchestrated Gamergate, and he destroyed Gawker, and he destroyed this, and he's trying to take away our fucking freedom to not be surveilled and our privacy online and all that shit. No, all that shit is good for people who have this ideology, for fascists. So they just got to be like, and he's gay married to his gay husband, who is him married to him as well. I notice how I said him twice, because they're both guys. And that I think is icky and gross. And I think it's really disgusting.
More importantly, billionaire Peter Thiel is controlling the direction of America's freedom and humanity, perhaps more than any other person alive. So we thought you'd want to get to know Peter Thiel.
double audio effect? Sorry. Thank you. No, I can turn that off. There we go. This should work.
And everything he doesn't want you to know about him, because he has more control over you than you probably realize, which is fine because he's a selfless good guy out for nothing but the good of the human race. Right, Peter? Good of the human race?
Prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit
Should
in this.
the human race survive?
Well, that's a lot of hesitation because you probably just meant yes. Good evening. On tonight's special Meet Peter Thiel report, you'll learn about Peter Thiel's greatest achievements and how they only better your life. And you'll also learn about the very unfair controversy that follows Peter. Buckle up. This guy's been busy. And before we get to his Bilderberg group-like secret society and Epstein involvement, let's start with his controversial company, Palantir.
Yes.
And what they're doing to you.
Let's start with
Our
that.
friend Peter Thiel.
Yes, Palantir, who was basically not a successful company at all until Peter Thiel donated $1 million to Donald Trump, was sitting right next to him in the room during his fucking, inaugural meeting with all the tech billionaires, Elon Musk, Alex Karp, Peter Thiel, and he was like, all right, we're going to fucking boost Palantir. That's what we're going to do. And that is what made Palantir a thing at all. So how are you going to get into that, buddy?
Is the founder and chairman of the board of Palantir. You've probably heard about them. It's a little AI software data analytics company that Thiel founded in 2003 with CIA seed money. Yep, CIA-backed company. It's always good for personal freedom and liberty. Palantir is now, you could say, a little embedded in our government. How so? Well, they've got $15 billion of government contracts. How'd they get those? You'll find out in a second.
Donald Trump.
Palantir is used by our government to integrate and analyze massive amounts of data for national security. So, in other words, Palantir is here for your protection. Now, critics say very unfair things like, yeah, but it enables mass surveillance, authoritarian control, predictive policing, and it could weaponize your own data for the government to use against you should you become a dissenter. Insane people. Mass surveillance is crazy talk. Governments generally have no interest in surveilling their citizens. And besides, with the AI surveillance camera network of Palantir is used by our government that grows by 200 cameras every day, we don't even know if those cameras are capable of surveillance. This just in! Peter Thiel named Palantir after the all-powerful Seeing Stone in Lord of the Rings. That's good. So there you have it. The 200 surveillance cameras added every day are probably used to record movies, not surveillance. Peter likes movies. Besides, would a guy who's trying to erase personal freedom with a dystopian...
All right, so I just want to show you guys. For a guy who's talking about, oh, that would not be good if we had a surveillance state and authoritarian control. So this guy's been against defunding the police. He does a whole thing where he's a PC police guy. What else does he do here? Police brutality training, like... Oh, wait a second. 6 years ago. Okay, so this is before his kind of like chud turn. So this would have been, when was this? Make a donation to the George Floyd Memorial. George Floyd, Black Lives Matter? Oh, I'm a little confused here. When was his turn? Because this almost seems like something that I would agree with.
to police brutality training. You are here to...
What?
1,200-pound horse. Here you can see the NYPD and LAPD driving...
So I guess during summer 2020, he wasn't full. He hadn't gone full chud yet. Because my understanding was he was like pro police now. The woke mob wants you. Recruitment video. 5 extremists against mandates. What leftists think about freedom of speech. Huh. Okay. Well, maybe I'll take him at his word here. Well, this one this was 5 years ago, and he's like doing an anti-defund the police video. Okay. All right. Okay. Carry on.
Be an authoritarian surveillance state say something like this. Most importantly, I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible. Probably not. That quote is from an essay Peter wrote. Before we get to Thiel's newly discovered secret society that he's been running for years, it's worth mentioning that of the $15 billion in contracts Palantir has with our government, $12 billion is in military contracts. But here's the thing, unlike military industrial complex companies that just want more war, and they have a way of making sure they get it, Palantir is a company that profits from more war, but they probably want less war. This just in! Palantir published a 22-point manifesto where they urge for a reinstating of the military draft in America. Their point number 6, national service should be a universal duty.
So sorry, I just wanted to bring this up so to get a better understanding of him here. Oh my God, I didn't know this. Hang on. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, so before this, he was kind of like, making fun of hippies and like gluten-free diets and stuff. But then over here, he's like, in 2020, his content shifted towards support of conservative political views. He explained that he believed freedoms were threatened during the pandemic, which caused his political shift, though he was not political before. According to Sears, during the spring of 2020, me being pro-freedom caused some backlash. During the spring of 2020, but said that becoming a conservative comic turned out to be great for my career. Also, according to Sears, there are fewer conservative comics, therefore he has a niche audience. He began attempting to discredit some of the public health measures taken against COVID-19 and promote COVID-19 conspiracy theories. Science communicator Jonathan Jerry, blah, 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 blah. He described him as part of the conspirituality trend. Promoted claims about COVID-19, such as vitamin D provides protection against the disease. He makes fun of a lot of people that he turns out to be. Like in his early things, he's making fun of like these hippie like influencers that are like trying to sell meditation stuff and gluten-free diets. But he himself does that type of shit and has like done a whole like wellness influencer grift as well, like not a satire one. But here's what blew my mind. As of 2024, Sears also stars in The New Norm as Norm. He's Norm. He's the new Norm. I didn't know that was him. This guy, I just want normal beer. Doesn't sound like him. I just wanted a normal beer. What do you mean? Anyway, but yeah, I don't know. Spirituality is super important for me. Yeah, anything about the police? No. Okay. Well, you know what? I just proved I don't know JP Sears very well.
Duty. So, good guys at Palantir, and you'll get a peek at the CEO that Thiel has running Palantir in a moment. But first, very recently it was exposed that Peter Thiel has been running a secret society of elites, billionaires, and politicians for years. Now, here's the thing. You're not supposed to know
also actors
about secret societies because they're a secret. But unfortunately, an activist hacker uncovered Thiel's secret society and published the truth that Thiel didn't want you to know about. What do they do there? Well, on the leaked agenda, his secret society sessions include starting a cult, how's your sex life, burlesque shows, how to steal an election.
I mean, okay, at least he's not making the whole thing about burlesque shows. But it is kind of crazy that they did burlesque and circus shows there.
Bring back.
That does seem like Illuminati shit, though. A bunch of billionaires sitting in a room watching a burlesque dancer. And Ezra Klein's like, it's mostly just like 4 or 5 people in a room sitting in chairs exchanging ideas. It's like, oh yeah? Okay. How many people, what was the burlesque show then? It was just like Elon Musk, Leonard Leo, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and like Dita Von Teese, like sitting in fucking folding chairs being like, so what do you guys think about the economy? Was that what it was all about? Also, I feel like more than 4 people showed up to this one. how to steal an election.
Back nuclear and navigating World War III. It's just good guy stuff that you're not supposed to know about. And in fact, you're not supposed to know about it so much so that attendees are guaranteed that nothing will leave the room that they say, and their phones are handed in before they enter. Because Peter Thiel takes privacy of elites very seriously. And with Palantir, he takes your privacy he seriously takes your privacy. This one's my favorite session.
Honestly, I got to give it up to him. That's a good pun.
Money does
or a good wordplay, whatever that is.
Buy happiness. And when you think about it with Peter Thiel's orientation, Peter also can't have happiness unless he has penis. Get it? The words. Okay. So anyway,
I take back my complimenting of his wordplay. Anyway, okay.
Of his secret society include a who's who of principled, truth-oriented achievers that are just out to protect humanity from power and corruption. People like Jared Kushner, Ted Cruz, Cory Booker. Nothing wrong with them. And it's an invite-only secret society. And the invitations to Thiel's little gatherings, they'd never been seen by the public before. Prior to this leak, except for the ones that were released in the Epstein files. In that, a lady named Lisa Randall sent an email containing the invitation to this guy named Jeffrey Epstein, asking him if it'd be worthwhile for her to go. To which Epstein replied, "Go." Hey, I wonder if that means.
I don't think that he did. I didn't get it. I didn't see an email where Epstein replied, "Go." I just thought, is this worthwhile? And I saw somebody else being like, Peter Thiel doesn't even come. But yeah, no, once again, we get the gay jokes.
Anything. And in another part of the Epstein files, which, by the way, we're not even at the Epstein part of our Peter Thiel report yet. Anyway, Epstein emailed someone who has their name.
He's really, just to comment on the framing that this satirical show is providing, it doesn't really make sense because it's like, it's supposed to be the "We Lie to You" news, and it's supposed to be like, we're going to tell you why Peter Thiel is so great, but he's not always sticking to that. He's like, oh, we're not even at the Epstein part yet. But he kind of like sarcastically be like, oh yeah, and that's really good that he's doing that, right? It's a little bit too on the nose. I don't know. I feel like this is kind of, he's not executing this properly. He's not sticking to the same comedic voice. Okay. He's jumping around a little bit. He's doing some like winking at the camera, which I could accept, but then also he's just like breaking character.
Redacted. And Epstein said, Peter Thiel loved the secret society idea. He has done a lot of work on the concept. All failed so far. Well, I guess this secret society of his has failed too, because it's not a secret anymore. But the point is that according to Epstein, Thiel really loves himself some secret societies. And you should know there's nothing wrong with that. Like, you can probably relate to this. Americans love wholesome national pastimes, like baseball, apple pie, secret societies, visits to islands. Anyway, we'll get to Thiel's beefier Epstein connection in a second, but first, a quick look.
He's referring to Jeff Epstein. Well, but those were emails to Jeffrey Epstein. But yes, there was a guy who went, we know, whose name was Jeff Epstein, but who was not Jeffrey Epstein. But yeah, I don't know. This isn't winking at the camera; it's blinking. This is winking with both eyes. It's like a super wink, they call it. It's like when you really want to get across that you don't mean what you're saying. Oh yeah, Jeffrey Epstein's really cool. Blink really hard. What are you doing? That's a double wink, man.
Look at Thiel's Gawker revenge plot. Do you remember the old trashy media outlet called the Gawker?
Yeah.
Well, it's out of business now. How'd they go out of business? Well, that involves a sex tape, Hulk Hogan, and Peter Thiel. Mm-hmm. Here's what happened. Rewinding the clock back to 2000.
Well, love to hear him go over the story, because this is like the Peter Thiel conspiracy that we know the most about. This is an elite conspiracy to suppress free speech. Not that I'm defending everything Gawker did, and I think they were basically publishing revenge porn, which at the time, I think people had like a weird. People didn't fully understand how fucked up that was. But I think that looking back on this case, it's wild the amount of people who are like, yeah, they're celebrities. We should be able to leak their private moments. Genuinely, I think that's completely fucked. So I'm not totally defending Gawker, but it is fucked up. It is a subversion of the way the justice system is supposed to work, that a billionaire can just fund a series of lawsuits against a fucking news company that it doesn't like and destroy them. That shouldn't be allowed, I think. But let's hear how he describes it.
2007, the Gawker outed Thiel as gay. Now, Peter might be a homo, but he's also homophobic, apparently, because he didn't want anybody to know he's gay. Then later on, in 2016, after Gawker published a sex tape involving Hulk Hogan plowing a friend's wife, because Hulkamania was running wild back then, Thiel put $10 million in legal funding behind Hulk Hogan to sue Gawker. Then the court ruled in favor of Hulk Hogan in the name of $140 million in damages, which put Gawker out of business. And that meant that Peter Thiel, though still gay, won in the game of revenge against them. But some critics warn that this is a billionaire using his money to nefariously shut down journalism. Maybe, but I think it's more of a testament to the virtue of privacy rights that Peter so courageously stands for. With his works like A Secret Society, mentions in the Epstein files that were supposed to remain private, and the Palantir, all the privacy that gives Peter of yours. The guy stands for privacy. Yeah, that's why he took down Gawker. They violated Hulk Hogan's privacy. Well, let's move along in the Peter Thiel tale, and let's hear about Thiel's rather heavy influence on J.D. Vance. If some elite...
Wow, this guy, you know what? This guy is actually like, I feel like has much more journalistic integrity somehow than Ian Carroll, because he actually is kind of talking about real shit here. There's a bit of a heavy focus on him being gay, but whatever. Maybe it's just for comedic value. It's not actual homophobia. I don't know. I also think like Palantir, yeah, sure. Peter Thiel, massive Lord of the Rings nerd, put a Hobbit quote as his high school graduation quote. He's like, from the Hobbit book by J.R.R. Tolkien. Actually, it wasn't from the Hobbit book, though. He got that wrong. It's only from the cartoon movie adaptation. But anyway, he put that as his graduation quote or whatever. So he's always been into Lord of the Rings. But I think he also picked Palantir, I would guess, because it sort of sounds like Peter Thiel. Like, I think he was doing a little rearranging the letters to Palantir, Peter Thiel. Like, it's a little... I feel like that's probably a reason as well. I don't know that he fully remembered that it was the evil wizard balls.
He wanted to control the country. Wouldn't he just run for office? Well, normally, yes. But not in Thiel's case, because he doesn't have to. Why not?
I think he would if he could. He does not have the juice. He does not have the riz required for politics. He's no Bill Clinton. All right. He's no Trump. He's no Obama. He's not even fucking Joe Biden. Like, the guy is unnerving. He's like painful to look at, excruciating to watch for more than a couple seconds, and absolutely impossible to listen to him speak.
Because Thiel met J.D. Vance when J.D. was a student at Yale. It's reported that Thiel's mentoring influence is what caused Vance to pivot from corporate law to venture capital and tech. Then in 2015, J.D. joined Thiel's venture capital firm Mithril Capital as a principal partner. And then in 2019, Vance co-founded his own VC firm with reported financial backing from...
Peter Thiel.
Oh, Peter Thiel. And fun fact, Thiel had donated to Trump's campaign back in 2016. Then in 2021, he took J.D. Vance to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump to repair their relationship. Keep that in mind, because in 2022, Thiel donated $15 million to Vance's Ohio Senate campaign. And then in 2024, Thiel helped lobby Trump to pick Vance as his VP running mate. Thiel just really believed in JD. They had no other reason for doing that. Then, spoiler alert, Trump and Vance win the election, and then Peter Thiel's Palantir immediately secures $15 billion of government contracts that many citizens objected to, that surveillance thing. So, as we've analyzed Peter Thiel's history with JD.
Yeah, I mean, No notes, honestly. That's all true. Yeah. JD Vance is he fucking the Tulsi Gabbard of Peter Thiel's weird cult. Yeah. Yeah. JD Vance probably gets very similar talking points from Peter Thiel or his associates. I'm sort of I mean, I gotta hand it to him. I'm sort of impressed. This is much better than I thought it would be.
Vance, we find honestly no evidence that Thiel would have had any degree of an in with the federal government to further his self-interest or his agenda, or really any kind of influence on the current vice president, who may also soon be the next president in the not too distant future. This part of Thiel's resume looks...
So is he even a conservative anymore? Or is he just like a conspiracy pilled guy who's probably been disillusioned by the Epstein files or something? Because this guy used to be all in for Trump. So, I mean, a lot of people in this kind of, spiritual, hippie adjacent right-wing sphere have maybe become a little embarrassed about their fascism. But yeah, I mean, comparing this to the Ian Carroll video, it's quite interesting.
Clean, but was Thiel's relationship with Epstein so clean? Aside from Epstein's email saying, Thiel loves secret societies, you should go to his. What else did these two goofballs get in together? Well, they definitely got into business together, and that's fun. But the interesting part isn't the business, it's the timing. In 2015 and 2016, the late Jeffrey Epstein invested a total of $40 million into Valor Ventures, a firm co-founded by Thiel. And the timing of that raises the hair on the back of the necks of skeptics, because that was well after Epstein was convicted of That's atrocious of Peter Thiel, some would say. But not really, when you think about it the right way, because inside Thiel's head, he's probably going, hey, that guy might be a trafficker. I don't want anything to do with that. I just want the trafficker's money. Oh, well, that's fine. But did any of his money that you're accepting come from trafficking? No, it came from his bank account. And it was put there by Les Wexner. So it looks like clean money from a trafficker that I'm doing business with. So it's really...
Wait, sorry, he's saying that he got money from Les Wexner to give to Peter Thiel?
Not really, when you think about it the right way, because inside Thiel's head, he's probably going, hey, that guy might be a trafficker. I don't want anything to do with that. I just want the trafficker's money. Oh, well, that's fine. But did any of his money that you're accepting come from trafficking? No, it came from his bank account.
When did Peter Thiel and... Sorry, this is just a joke, I know. But when did Peter Thiel and Epstein... When were they doing their business together? 5 years before Epstein's death? Okay, so that's that. Okay, listen, buddy. That ain't well, Les Wexner's money. That's Leon Black's money. All right. Nitpick, but get it right.
And it was put there by Les Wexner. So it looks like clean money from a trafficker that I'm doing business with. So it's really fine. And here's the heartwarming part of the story. The $40 million that Epstein invested with Peter's company, it's still invested and it's owned by Epstein's estate. It's now valued at $170 million. So the Epstein estate still gets to benefit from Thiel accepting Epstein's money, and Thiel's company still benefits from Epstein's money being there. Which is, at least the victims don't benefit. So, in conclusion, is Peter Thiel a good guy just out to benefit humanity? Or is he a bad guy looking to control our country and humanity? As we've looked at his work with Palantir to build surveillance state technology that will probably never be used as such. And we've looked at his mentoring, relationship, and financial backing of JD Vance, which helped get Thiel's surveillance state technology into our government. Not that it would be ever used as such. And we've...
No. Palantir was already integrated U.S. intelligence before Trump's second term. I mean, I'm sure J.D. Vance wasn't fighting against it, but That's, I mean, yeah.
Looked at the business he did with a known sex offender named Jeffrey Epstein. And we've looked at him weaponizing a legal battle to bankrupt a media outlet that reported truthful things about him that he didn't like. And we've looked at his passion project of a secret society that you weren't supposed to find out about. You add all that up, and I think it's safe to conclude that Peter Thiel is a transparent individual out to do only good. Misunderstood at times? Maybe. But he's a Christian man married to a man who loves talking about the Antichrist. So if anything, don't we need Peter Thiel's hands controlling more things in our lives?
He's a Christian man married to a man who loves talking about the Antichrist. I mean, just because he loves talking about the Antichrist doesn't mean he's not Christian. A lot of Christians love talking about the Antichrist. But the real argument is that he's gay, so he can't possibly be Christian. Because remember what Jesus Christ said about gay people, which was nothing. He didn't talk about them at all.
Like our food? This just in! That's already happened. Oh, there you go. And if you had any last doubts, here's the CEO that Thiel has in place running the day-to-day operations at Palantir, Alex Karp.
Like, I made a lot of decisions when we began talking and knowing each other 10 years ago. Hopefully I'm annoying you as much as 10 years ago, or more. When I made you know this. No.
These are good hands that we're in that we didn't choose to be in. Peter Thiel, a good...
awesome clip of him to play. He's not even saying anything. He's just like hopping around and acting like he's on coke.
Man who stands for secret societies for me and Palantir for thee. That's what we're doing?
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am.
Enjoying it indeed.
Awesome. The pause between trans and parent, was that intentional? Of course not. Of course not. I'm sure that was just a mistake. Transcript. Wait, where are you saying? Thiel is a transparent individual.
Find out about. You add all that up, and I think it's safe to conclude that Peter Thiel is a transparent individual out to do.
I think that was. I don't think he was trying to say anything there. I'm sure he does not like trans people, but
secret societies for me and Palantir for thee. That's what we're doing?
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am.
Enjoying it indeed. Just
man, I'm treating Alex Karp videos as like a workout routine now. Watching me try to do all his hand movements.
That's what we're doing?
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am.
Enjoying it indeed.
Feel the burn.
Just looking forward to more from Peter Thiel. Good night. I'll tell you, I'm impressed with the guy. I didn't know most of that stuff before. But I tell you, the thing that impresses me most about Peter, how did he and his husband have those kids? Like, I don't know how they made that happen, but I am impressed that they did. Well, personally, I think being helpless is a little pathetic, so I choose to take control, and one of the ways I help melt away my stress is...
No, let's hear this. What is he doing? He's got was this like a Faraday bag?
Through the power of my Bond Charge infrared sauna blanket. This is my favorite
Bond Charge infrared insomnia blanket. He's like, oh man, I can't sleep unless I'm getting blasted with infrared light.
To sauna, and there's so many additional challenges
that
infrared saunas help with. Like, have you ever thought to yourself, I am a toxic, body positive, low energy, aging person? Well, you're in luck because the Bond Charge infrared sauna blanket helps with that. It's incredible.
All right. Well, anyway, stop trying to seduce me, Sears. The guy's jacked. That guy works out. Look at those fucking, what do you call them? Traps? What's the thing? What's the muscle called? Where like really strong guys look like they're a skinny guy wearing a strong guy's body as a costume. I think those are traps, right? Trapezius or something. Yeah, the traps. You know what I mean? You look at like a bodybuilder. Wait, oh God. Yeah. Yeah, like when you look at a bodybuilder and he's got like huge traps, you can sort of like look at him as though his traps are his shoulders, and he's just like a small guy. You know, he's basically like my size, but he's wearing like a strong guy like rubber muscle suit around him. I don't know. You know what I mean? You know, like, doesn't this look like this guy this could be his shoulders? I don't know. Anyway, just a little fun thing. Anyway. Yeah, all right. Sorry, that was bad content because normally I have more to argue with. But, I mean, maybe he's making a shift, or maybe I just underestimate how conservatives are able to square the circle of their Peter Thiel support. Yeah, he talked a lot about him being gay, made some jokes about how did he have kids, whatever. That, and, you know, obviously that isn't what we need to criticize Peter Thiel for. But I honestly didn't think any of it was that egregious. The comedy is lazy. I don't think it's super funny. I think he's got a decently funny voice. His delivery is funny. He does kind of telegraph his punchlines because he talks in an extra weird, well, we know they wouldn't do that, or whatever. Yeah, no, I mean, sorry. I was expecting that to be really brutal. But much better than Ian Carroll, the conspiracy exposer. He was actually talking about real shit, at least. And he didn't go full homophobic bigot. But anyway, hey, listen, that probably won't be a clip. Probably won't clip that for the channel, but I'm glad I got to spend a little more time with you guys tonight. Thank you for watching. Let me just say right here and right now that you've just watched another fantastic episode of Extra Chill Goblin, and I gotta tell you, where's my fucking script? There. I gotta tell you, you can follow me at Extra Chill Goblin, which is this channel here. You can also follow my main channel, my Twitter, and my Patreon at Chill Goblin. You can sign up for Means TV, get 20% off with the code ChillGoblin, all one word. You can join the Gobcord. That's our Discord server, but we call it Gobcord because it would be cool. Link in the description. And the program I use for editing for my notes organizing is called Obsidian. So you can, if you want to try it out for yourself, it's free and it's a pretty good app. And I'm not being paid to say this. All right, but that's it for now. I'll see you guys. He totally got Peter for being gay. To be fair, there was a time when that really was exactly what Peter Thiel didn't want people talking about. This is exclusive stream content. This is just for you. If you watch the streams, one of your advantages is you get to watch really boring segments that aren't very funny because I couldn't find anything to talk about them with. So you're welcome. Some extra bonus content for you guys. But anyway, gang, we are, well, I'll see you guys on Wednesday at noon or the same time next week, Sunday. And until next time.
Bottoms up and the devil laughs.
Bottoms up and the devil laughs.
That was a ball-faced lie.
Okay, all right, that was a lie. The devil doesn't laugh. Are you happy?
You were fucked forever.
Okay, that seems like a long time to be fucked for.
Great, bread tube.
Hey, what the heck? Don't call me bread tube. That's a slur. That's our word. Okay. Bye.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one server coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago that became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. I'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. extra chill goblin vomit, slop, and blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal empire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
Something particularly